Hello.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the press. Welcome to the office of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. As you may know, this institution was created by President Boakai under Executive Order 126 and also strengthened under Executive Order 145. And following that, the institution has been rigorously involved into a series of investigations. And before I move any further, we have the Vice Chairperson of AREP, Dr. Rennie Jackson. And we have here the Chairman of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, Councillor Edwin Clark Martin, the man leading the fight here at AREP. So, as you may know, many of you are here due to the announcement made on our Facebook page this morning concerning 2 indictments that were issued this morning. So definitely, we're going to be hearing details on what AREP was investigating and the findings of AREP's investigations that resulted into the indictment. So ladies and gentlemen of the press, not to take most of the time, let me introduce Councillor Edwin Clark Martin, who will address you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we are happy to have you at our offices situated and located in Pinsville City, precisely Kingrave community. And we also want to welcome you to this office that we have made as our central point to hold major investigations and to apply the necessary corridors in the due process of law. I want to say welcome and to give you updates on our progress made, the achievement thus far, with respect to our investigations and other international engagement that we have had since our new mandate was restored this year, March 2025. As you may be aware, the Asset Retrieval and Property Task Force was announced by His Excellency President Joseph Yemen Boakai specifically to recover, trace, and identify suspicious assets, stolen assets that have been banked or developed in real property in the Republic of Liberia and also our Liberia. That intent and purpose of the President is to ensure that corruption is fought at all levels and to also ensure that our country set a benchmark for people to only take what they are entitled to. And things that you have taken illegally without legal entitlement, you will be placed on an oath to answer question. On this note, asset recovery in March 2024 was concerned basically about some properties that you consider suspicious because of our mandate. And those properties have to include the Gracious Ride that we decided to place on an investigation. In that process of investigating Gracious Ride, to authenticate whether or not the hard title document to be attached to the owner as to a suspicious nature, we had to go to the Honorable Supreme Court by the action of Gracia Rai, General Manager Francis Blambo, who filed an in-re unconstitutionality challenging the President powers under Article 5C to establish AREP. That process and procedure, as you are aware, lasted for 9 months, thus making AREP to be ineffective in conducting its investigation on the subject that was involved. Howbeit, given our legal experience and our capability to challenge the petitioner in these proceedings, we were at the Supreme Court and challenged that by arguing that the fundamental rights consistent with the rights of the President under Article 5C granted the President that power to establish AREP so as to effectuate and effect the prosecution of corruption crimes. Based upon our argument, the Supreme Court ruled and denied the petitioner, which is Gracious Rai, and we commence our investigation therefrom. In the process of conducting our investigation of Gracious Rai, we apply all the due process of law. We apply all the due process of law, that is, giving her the right to appear and answer questions. And unfortunately, they wrote us and declined that they would not attend any investigation, and any matter arising from our investigation, we should proceed to court. I will deny hesitate, but to use the due process in collecting all pieces of evidence linking to Gracious Rai. In the collection of our evidence, it was established that not only Gracious Rai, but another company was established known as Anita Group of Company Incorporated, and CEO is Anita Pamela Jala, who happens to be the daughter of Mana Noel Finabondo. That company was established by her, and the records of that company banking records show that Madam Noel Finabondo was the corporate secretary to the banking account of that company. That company established several suspicious accounts and transactions with the intent to clean money that were allegedly taken from government using her position. Another company that was established by them is Anita Business Center. That company also was managed by another Ellis Jackson, and that company was a sole proprietorship. It was a sole proprietorship owned by them. The corporate documents again of that company in the name of Noel Finabondo. Our investigation show. Sorry. Our investigation showed that she served as corporate secretary to the account of Anita Business Center. Anita Business Center and the Anita Group of Company has several accounts, more than 10 several accounts through which several millions in Liberian dollar and US dollar will be in London, and we give you that exact figure. Our findings also show that in the process of laundering this money, there were several key factors who participated in all those accounts, amounting to 40 persons who participated in those several accounts, those suspicious accounts that was established by them. Our investigation went further to find out the purpose and intent why these money were being moved. And we realized that there was no traceable business by the two companies. Where this money came from, amounting to millions of dollar transactions in Liberian dollars, the company cannot answer these questions for which they have been indicted. Owing to this fact, and owing to all these principles and reasons for which we hold them culpable, we realize that the total transaction in all the several suspicious accounts in US dollar amount to $6,731,441. I repeat, the total transaction in United States dollar in all the fictitious accounts by Anita Group of Company, Anita Business Center, and its Gracious Rye amount to USD $6,731,441. The total transaction in Liberian dollar for all these several accounts amount to $845,240,057. So this is to just show to you that from 2020 to 2024, what these people gather just by serving in this public position. No source of any wealth, no source of any business, no source of any acquisition of private business before coming to power. But just in 4 years, or 5 years, or 6 years, the present total asset in business transaction amounts to more than $6 million and more than 800 million Liberian dollars. Based on these findings and conditions as mentioned, investigation also realized that in this transaction, several persons were involved into deposit and into credit. Several persons were being used as agents of that syndicate to move suspicious money. And all those agents that were involved, we are held them as co-conspirators of the act of money laundering. We have other companies that were involved. Masako Auto Spare Service involved in the sale of motorbikes. By and through its general manager, Sir F. Johnson Sr., was also involved through our investigation. He was captured of moving millions, thousands of dollars in the account of the North Inabondo through Anita and Anita Business Center. He has also been captured by our investigation, and subsequently, based upon that, an indictment was drawn up by and through the Republic of Liberia Asset Recovery, and the grand jury came up with a true bill holding them culpable for the crimes to include North Inabondo, Anita Pamela Jala, CEO of Anita Group of Companies, Francis Blamo, Sir Johnson, and 40 others for the commission of the crime of money laundering, theft of property, misuse of public fund, misuse of public fund, criminal conspiracy, forgery, abuse of public office, abuse of public office, and violation of the Public Procurement and Concession Act and the Public Financial Management Act, the PFMA law. As I speak to you, the indictment was served this morning, and from my intelligence, one of the co-conspirators in this proceeding, Mr. Edward Pompom, who worked at the Ministry of Commerce, has been arrested and now forwarded to the Maria Central Prison. Thank you. Forwarded to the Maria Central Prison and said he can file his proper appearing bond to the court in keeping with law. Also arrested was Sir Johnson of Masako Incorporated, and he has also been forwarded to Maria Central Prison from my intelligence I have gathered from my officers on the field. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, Liberia is at a crossroad. This is not about witch hunt. This is about time that we all take full charge of our country's development and to ensure that Liberia regain its dignity in the community of nations. This is no time to waste. We got to take on corruption head on and to ensure that all assets stolen, suspicious, that were just acquired in the twinkle of an eye, you have to give an account. And that account is not through violence, it's not through witch hunt, it's by the due process of law. The second one of our case has to do with MDMC, by and through SCO John Ubuti. On September 12, 2023, John Ubuti, who served as CEO, entered into a contract, a renovation contract of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by and through the acting Deputy Minister, Banatema Duncan Sawyer, who signed for and on behalf of the government of Liberia. Investigation show that the implementation and the execution of that contract was poorly done. We acquired Mr. Ubuti and his company due process, but they waived the right to appear to answer as to the variants that we developed and captured from our independent investigation. To do that, we hired a private firm to do an independent assessment of the entire work that was done on the building. And reports show that the amount of $851,136.30 cannot be accounted for. The work was not done. So, Mr. Ubuti and his project manager, to include the acting minister then, Chairman E. Duncan Sawyer, were indicted for the commission of the crime, theft of property, criminal facilitation, and criminal conspiracy. The work of Arab is not to go after people for crimes that they have not done. If you carry on a careful evaluation of how these investigations went, you will notice and know that some people that were invited and investigated were dropped because the evidence was not sufficient to hold them accountable. But howbeit, we are resolved to move our investigation forward, in that there were several assets acquired in the first money laundering scheme, which we consider as proceeds of the crime, by former Chief of Protocol and her daughter, Anita Pamela Jala. We now give you the opportunity to look at the screen, and we'll show you proceeds and properties that were acquired. There are more properties. There are more properties. But we will show you few that we have investigated and established sufficient grounds are those properties that were acquired in their criminal transaction. We'll go first to the property from Broadview. We'll ask our technician to show you the property from Broadview. So give us time, let's set up this thing. Go to the Broadway property. This property is situated and located in Broadview. This was acquired by Madam Norofina Bundle, and we have all the deeds to this property. The value of this property at the time, undeveloped, was $73,000 United States dollars. But now we are about to conduct an appraisal of this property. This property was developed from 2018. What is that? Or 2018. And you can see the current trend of the property. This is the first property that we have captured from as proceeds of money laundering done by Madam Norofina Bundle, Pamela Anita Jala, by and through the criminal syndicate, through fictitious company, Anita Group of Companies, and Anita Business Center. That is the first property there. But the current market value of the property will be developed through the Liberia Revenue Authority, which has the capability to do so. So this property now is a proceed of crime. So it's under our spotlight. Let's go to the second property. This property has 12 units. The property has 12 units, as you can see. And this property was procured in 2024 at the value of $137,000 United States dollars. But this property was just developed in a year. to be at this stage. So the current market value of this property exceed the purchase value. And this property is also a proceed of all the transactions that were conducted criminally. Let's go to the other property. Okay, this is a third real estate. The property also, the value of this property acquired in 2022 of $120,000. So this property was acquired in the period from 2018 to 2024. 2018 to 2024. The value we are giving you, that is the cash value paid for the land. But the cost of to develop the property will be done subsequently to that will inform the press. Let's go to the third one, the fourth one. The fourth one had to do with Gracious Ride. The Gracious Ride is and the total value, not considering the profit they made, in fact, we also calculate that the total value exceeds 400,000 United States dollars. So I want to give you a picture that I will running behind yellow taxi, I will running behind old rotten cars. No. The press now can now understand the level of work and the level of investigation we have done over the period. To show you all these properties that are not given only by heart, but we can substantially say that we have evidence linking Madam Bono, the company for which she served as corporate signature to the banking accounts, and Pamela Anita Jala, the company for which she served as CEO. In all the criminal transactions that was done, we have identified 4 major suspicious assets. And not only is by identification, we have also traced the title ownership of the asset to Madam Bono and the companies for which she served as corporate secretary to the banking accounts. So I just want to draw your attention to these acquisitions that were made. We want to disabuse the minds of some Liberians that have negative propaganda against Arab, that we are witch hunting people of the previous administration. Absolutely no, we are not. Our duty is to ensure that we bring to light and to the light of the Liberian people that things that you did not own. You did not own before coming to power, and in less than 4 years, these are not all the properties. For intelligence sake, we not gave you the number of properties that we also identify with currently ongoing investigation. There are several real estate that we have identified and currently ongoing investigation. So I just want to show this to you that the investigation has not ended. We have brought to light the criminal act of these people for which they have been indicted and arrested. What we are now going to do is the recovery aspect of these properties. So I want to inform you and to have you to rest assured that everything will be done within our powers and will be amended given to us by Executive Order 145, which is constitutional, that those men will be applied to the letter. This is just the first case. This is just the first case. Fellow Liberians and members of the press, I know some of you today are shocked to see what you are seeing here. This is not a manufactured thing that we've done. We have evidence to show for a link to these properties. So what we are saying is that we want to say to you, members of the press, that there are more to be done. We trust you, we trust your capability. We know you'll do your best to report some of these corruption cases. And when they are reported, rest assured that your name, your image, and your identity will not be disclosed. Do this for your country, fellow Liberians. Liberia needs you now. This is a new dispensation and a new era to change our country. If you calculate the proceeds of all these properties, even the raw cash, this alone could refurbish the JFK. This alone could refurbish the Redemption Hospital in the Duku Town. But this one man package, excluding cash that we have called to you. These are all real properties that you see for yourself. The purpose of Allah, as I said, is not to wish on. It's not to go after people falsely. But we make sure that all those that are caught within similar situation will be investigated. Our case docket. The last time I met the press and I spoke at the Ministry of Information, we had 20 cases on our docket. Now it has increased to 40. 40 cases on our docket. There are properties that you see here every day, placed in the name of companies. Those are fake companies. Those are fake companies. And we know the owners who have those companies and place the properties in the company name. For the last 10 years, I have been working. We have collected evidence back to 10 years on movement of money and construction of properties. Now what they have cleverly done, excuse me, what they have cleverly done is to move suspicious money into farmland and acquiring big properties in farming. We know all those farmland. We know where they are. We know the source of the money. And definitely they will be exposed to the Liberian people. We have our evidence already. We are not here to joke. This government has empowered us. The president has given us his unflinching support and his presidential will to do this job. This is the first of its kind in the Republic of Liberia to do what we're doing. But check our neighboring countries. Look at Freetown. Read about Freetown asset recovery. Read about Ghana asset recovery. And read about Nigeria asset recovery, what they are doing. We have just initiated our process. We want to let the Liberian people know that this process will be successful. These properties will be retrieved and placed in the name of government. All those through this media that listen to me that have acquired suspicious property and bad properties over the last 4 years and 6 years and 10 years, we are calculating your legal income and that you are entitled to. And once I exceed that, the properties will be captured and investigated. And once we can establish the evidence and link the property to you, we will go for them, as we'll be doing to these ones today. So our intent was not to run after yellow tessie, ratting yellow tessie. But you see today what behind the yellow tessie. The press have clearly seen what behind the yellow tessie. So we were not running behind yellow tessie, we were running behind the thing behind the yellow tessie. You listen to the catch, the evidence there in court. And you listen, you saw pictorially the evidence through the presentation on the screen. Those realized it. So I want to say that we will not relent. The president will hold me to my word, will not relent. I know some people here have been firing back at me. I said it's Vlad. That's also Vlad. So some people have been firing back. But today we're not Vlad. We're not Vlad now. We turn to the active boy in town. And you can rest assured that all those that have been indicted in these 2 cases will be prosecuted. Everything that they have acquired criminally will be recovered. This is just one of our testament to what we intend to do. As I indicated, there are several properties that we have discovered. And there are several other properties that we have discovered for other people. But rest assured that we'll do the best within our powers to make sure that all those that are involved will be brought to justice. In closing, AREP is not here to wish on anyone. That is not our duty, to wish on anyone. Our duty is to ensure that the right thing in this country be done. And I think it was not an error for the president to nominate us, to put us here. Because come what may, we are fearless, we are bold, and we are uncompromising. We ensure that the right thing in this country is done. This is why I don't have friends. Make sure that once you are caught in the web of taking government money and taking suspicious money to acquire suspicious property over the last 10 or 20 years, you will account for those properties that you acquire. This country has to change. This country has to develop. Look at our roads today. Look at our schools in the very countryside. Look at where we are. Today people don't have pipe-borne water. People don't have electricity. A country of only 5 million people, why should we suffer? And 1 million acquire more than 6 million United States dollars just in 4 years. And more than 700 million Liberian dollars in less than 4 years. That is our responsibility to make sure that the playing field now becomes level. No one moving forward will do this and they will go unpunished. I can show the Liberian people, I can show the press, that will do everything I wish to make sure that the right is done. I want to inform the press through this medium that contracts awarded to MDMC should be cancelled. Contracts awarded to MDMC now should be cancelled because MDMC has now been indicted along with its CEO, and awarding their contract by this government will arm them sufficiently to fight back at our process that we are doing. You cannot be under criminal prosecution and benefit from government. No. The contracts, all contracts awarded to MDMC should be reconsidered and cancelled. On this note, I want to say thank you for coming. And our offices are open. Like I indicated, there are 2 indictments, one on money laundering and other financial crimes that have to include former Chief of Protocol Republic of Liberia, Norofina Bono, her daughter Pamela Anita Jala, and 40 others have been indicted for the commission of the crimes of money laundering, theft of property, misuse of office, and etc. The second indictment had to do with MDMC by and through its CEO John Yabuti and former Deputy Minister, Acting Minister, and Minister of Foreign Affairs for the theft of $851,000 that cannot be accounted for the renovation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That same money is part of the Saudi money, the $200 million that was donated, $2.5 million that was $2.5 million that was donated to the government of Liberia. $500,000 was in rice. The last indictment was on the issue of rice, the Saudi rice, for which we indicted the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, the former Minister of former Minister of Internal Affairs, and others that were also caught in the misuse, mismanagement, misapplication, theft, and diverting that rest into the personal use. They have already been indicted for that. So as I speak to you, AREP now has 3 cases before court, and we hope to commence our first case in this November term, and that is the rest case. We have to make sure that that amount that was stolen in rice, we need to recover that, because that can also be used for the National Disaster Management Agency that has the entitlement to that amount. We are all aware about the natural disaster that occur in our country. Disaster aid cannot come to the country and be managed by few officials of government. So I want to say thank you for coming. God bless you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The chairman will catch his breath while we entertain few questions. Now we'll have two set of questions, the first 5, and after the chairman responds, we'll take the second 5 set of questions as he listens in detail there on information concerning the 2 indictments that were sealed today, and as we speak, arrests are being made. The chairman mentioned that here in his statement to you. So you raise your hand and one question per person. We take the first 5, chairman responds, and we take the second, and that is it.
Give me a pen, yeah. People.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. My name is Dano Slanger. I report for School Network. And I listened to you. I mentioned those who were arrested based on the indictment, but I didn't hear the name of the former Chief of Protocol Government of Liberia and her daughter from the Anita Group of Companies and Anita Business Center. What's the update concerning their arrest? We hear information whether or not there is Interpol red alert or anything. Do you care to inform Liberians concerning that status as well?
Thank you, Daniel, and happy to see you. My first time seeing you.
Pleasure.
Like I indicated previously, there are 40 persons on that indictment, and one happens to be one Pompon, Edward Pompon, that we just arrested from the Ministry of Commerce. He worked with the Ministry of Commerce. So by that instant and that arrest, that means the indictment is sealed. So that's why I'm speaking to it. If there were no arrest, I would not have spoken to it until arrests are being made. So but now they are at large. By law, they are at large. And the appropriate legal thing to do, and that which has been given to us by law, is to apply all international restrictions and Interpol procedure to make sure that we bring them under the jurisdiction of the court. And as I speak to you, we also made application for travel ban, which we call the SA Republica. That will also be issued by the court, and they will be in Liberia until the prosecution is over. We will work on that, those technical details, and wheresoever they are, we ensure that they be turned over to the Republic of Liberia for prosecution. Rest assured that we have the international capability. Our partners, all in the United States and in the UK, are following, as we speak to you, they are following this press conference, and they are in full support, as well as the government of Liberia in full support of us, to ensure that this country fights corruption to the letter. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so, Chairman, my name is Archie Sebok here, and I report for Blaze FM and TV Radio. First of all, we appreciate you for the effort so far. Like you said in your release, the Liberian people, there are many perceptions that the task force is just a mere blog about just running after the other taxi, as you mentioned. So, what measure is this institution instituting that to convince the conscience of Liberians that it's not just about mere attack on previous government officials? And are you also focusing on present government officials who have come to power in less than no time, also acquiring wealth?
Thank you. You know, in the past 6 months, criminal and financial investigations are not done in the twinkle of an eye. This is why, quote unquote, people had it saying that asset recovery was blah, asset recovery inactive, asset recovery sitting down so finally not doing anything. In criminal investigation and in financial crime investigation have to do with the movement of money, and which also relates to the pursuit of crime, money laundering, other financial crime violation. They are processes. Even the acquisition and the gathering of evidence, they are processes. Because for me to take evidence on you, I'm going to do it through the due process of law. So we cannot disclose to you where we are when it comes to current officials of government who, as you claim, have amassed wealth just in a short period of time. I want to let you know that all these pieces of evidence, when they come to us, we take our own time to evaluate and to see how best we can put them under the spotlight of investigation. As I said, no one is above the law. Here, no one is above the law. We go after you based upon the evidence that we have. If the evidence is sufficient enough, the culpability to hold you, we'll go after you. But if there's no evidence to hold you, definitely we will not go after you. But rest assured that nobody is above the law. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Frederick Tua and I report for ELBC. If ARC is successful in recovering these assets, how will you ensure that these assets are not restored?
What we intend to do is we are working along with our partners and the government of Liberia. We want to establish, especially when it comes to the issue of the funding that we will recover. We make sure that we develop a system through which that they will not be recycled, and make sure that, because all around the world corruption proceeds are used for tangibles, sometimes used to build schools, used to build hospitals, used to build roads. And you see that if you travel to Nigeria or Sierra Leone or Ghana, you see some of the projects the proceed from anti-corruption. So this is what we intend to initiate in Liberia. That they will not go back just for salary. No, we want to use it to build hospital as proceed from anti-corruption. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Gamin Lomo. I report for the News Public Justice. I'm concerned about the first indictment, now June, from the solid rights. Mary Bro, part of that indictment, but we are not seeing her then, like, reporting to the court. Has she been dropped from the indictment? And secondly, does your asset recovery also statute of limitation regarding talking about 20 years? You could investigate people who allegedly stole government properties, maybe like the past 20 years. Do you have statute of limitation on that?
The law provides that you are barred on the statute of limitation where there is notice. Whether issue has been brought to the notice of the state and the state did not act in keeping with law, you are barred by the statute of limitation. But where there is no notice, there is no information about that, and there's a theft that occurred through money laundering, and people acquire wealth, anything. And once that can be brought to our attention now, we will take that all. And if the statute of limitation is brought for in court as an affirmative defense, as lawyer, we will challenge it in keeping with law.
So I could ask about the river issue, whether she has been dropped from the case, because
there's no notice for me. I'm a lawyer. I speak on notice. There's no notice that has been served to the public that Mary Bro has been dropped. If you have that notice as evidence, you can show to me.
So thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
My name is Yeke Ponta, and I report for the Heritage newspaper. I want to know your assets recovery of limitation. Are you also tracing assets abroad, or what are some challenges if you are tracing assets abroad? What are some challenges you feel in recovering stolen assets that have been built on saved abroad?
Thank you. As I speak to you, we have made several gains on major identification and tracing of assets abroad. And because of this sensitive nature, we don't want to disclose to you where we are currently. But as I speak to you, that we have made several gains on that in several countries, and even into foreign banks. There was series of identification as done here today, as we display to you, that there are even been fictitious companies established in foreign countries, West Africa and Africa and Europe, South America. And our partners are extremely working with us to make sure that those things are brought to light. Because for the mere fact that these people go and establish frontiers and move money through these channels, as was done. If you check out all the article in corporation, you did not see Madame Bono. You check out the business registration document, you did not see Madame Bono. But when you go into the corporate account, who's the authorized signature to remove the money of Madame Bono? You see that criminal syndicate? All the articles in corporation, you don't see them. But when you dive into the bank, where the proceeds of the crime is deposited, you see them. the identity, their photograph, the signature, and even copy of their passport on those documents. So we speak here today with bold evidence, unchallenged evidence. So I want to tell you that this is not only for Liberia, but we're going abroad as well. Thank you. Give more to them.
Yes. Oh,
Thank you, Chief.
yes.
Yeah, Chairman, my name is Sarkan, I report from Kun. In your statement, you said that there were some cases that the task force didn't have sufficient evidence, so they had to drop those cases against those people that were indicted. Now that you are linking Finapono, do you have sufficient evidence? And secondly, what is the status of these properties that you have displayed? Are they being seized already?
No, we're not saying that we didn't have sufficient evidence. We say investigation. There were a series of people that came to our investigation on these 2 cases. But it depends on the role you play. If the evidence is not sufficient to hold you, we'll not hold you. Because we don't want to wish, as people say, wish on. No. If the evidence is not sufficient and not cogent enough to hold you, no, we'll drop you. So that investigation process, not indictment process. Okay. You say what again?
The status of these properties that you displayed, are they being seized already?
They are still private owned, but we have identified them just to show to the public that these are the proceeds of the crime that we have identified. So we take the next step legally. And our next step will be visible soon.
We'll take 3 more. I'll go back to Damo.
Yes, sir. Damon again from Spoon Network. So I've listened to you keenly talk about you brought in a private firm to do appraisal in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs case. What we're interested in knowing is you mentioned witch hunts on several occasions, and definitely people will bring that up. In terms of these investigations, which some part is forensic, have you had international or independent help in getting these forensic financial investigations done? And my second part of my question is, with this press conference slated just as the president arrived in the country, is it coincidental or intentional? Thank you.
I don't even know when the president will come in, my brother. I don't work with the executive mansion, so on that question, I can't answer that because I'm far from the executive mansion. The only time I'm called upon to brief, then I go there, but I don't know. I'm not a protocol officer to know when the president was arriving. When it comes to the issue of forensic investigation through the aid of international firms, you were here the last time we came in with FTR Consultant, and those are anti-fraud investigator based in the UK. They are specialized into fraud examination. They are also specialized into forensic money movement. They are specialized in money laundering. They can trace account, even if it's in the name of 2 days old baby or 3 months old baby, they can trace it. So we God being on our side, and they do this without any cash attachment. They are making their contribution to the country based upon the fact that the president is prepared and willing to fight corruption, and they are being in this business over 30 years. So they have volunteered the services to aid Liberia. And on that note, they came to Liberia and they provided us support. And as we speak to you, we are in touch with them by Zoom. And we also have another round engagement with them on another big tracing that we've done also outside in the international world. And that, in the shortest period of time, the Liberian people and you people will be informed about that. Yeah.
I'm Domingo. I write for the Improvised Newspaper. Honourable Chairman, I'm much more concerned. What new are you bringing? How can we assure Liberians that you are going to win 2, 3, or some of these cases? We will not be the same normal thing that after spending taxpayer money on all of these cases, bringing witnesses, at the end government losing these cases at the court. What different are you bringing to make sure you assure Liberians that you will win these cases?
The difference I will bring here is that the executive will. We have an executive will, and once you have that branch of government that are giving you unflinching support to combat corruption, rest assured that that is not the episode that was in the past. No, this time around is different. That's why I say this is a new dispensation of Liberia. Because in the past, who could identify and say this for this person? Who could go into people and look at the asset, what they acquire, various banking accounts? Who could do that? But today we have the opportunity to do it and to bring it to the spotlight. That we have indicted this man on X, Y, Z reason. So that is the issue. The indictment is there. It's now on CU. You will have the opportunity to see it, to read it, and to take up all the pieces of the content, the environment, the counts, also the role play by all the 40 persons. The role play by Noah Bono, the role play by Anita Pamela Jala, the role play by Masako, the role play by Edward Pompon, and all the indictees' role are all spelled out in the indictment. And you also see the level of deposits and withdrawal by each individual in that indictment, through which the properties that we show to you today were acquired, just in 4 to 5 years.
Okay, we take one more question, and after that, we have to call it a day. Yes, yes.
So, Chairman, I'm Yaga again for Heritage newspaper. There are concerns of anti-corruption drive being politically motivated. How can you assure the public that this investigation or this indictment you are carrying to court, how can you show the public that you will safeguard it for politics or big hand? And lastly, before I leave, what messages are you sending to public servants, those that are in government or those that want to do contract with government or what message are you sending to them when it comes to your objective to fight or to retrieve government stolen properties?
The message here is that lunch time is over. Free lunch is over. No more free lunch. Our partner, the GAC, saw what they did at the, when it comes to, how you call it, domestic debt. Free lunch is over. There were a lot of fake companies, and we bring that to your attention. There are a lot of fake companies that took government contract to Bay Road. They didn't move one yellow machine to that place, but they took $30 to $40 million. But they didn't move one machine. In the engineering team mobilization, they didn't move one machine. But yet instead they acquire government money. So we have the opportunity now, as I'm saying that this is a new dispensation, we have the opportunity now to make sure that all these things are brought to light. I was saying the free lunch is over. Anybody doing business now with fake company to move money, rest assured that your days are numbered, will come after you. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman, maybe you want to say something before we close?
I say thank you for coming, and we hope that you always visit our offices. If you have questions, you ask us. You know, asset recovery, the entity is friendly, press friendly. As you all know, your colleague here has a PR for asset recovery. So for me, I don't give my telephone number out, but you can call him, and anything you have about us, you can ask questions. And don't dwell on hearsay, they say. It's not good for the press. Make sure that your evidence is cogent enough, your facts are established. Because when you hear hearsay, they say you can't relate it to the last process of the result. So our offices are open. You're welcome to contact us on issue. But please, we'll also appreciate from you if you hear anything, you have any information, any intelligence, please share with us. Your information will not be disclosed because you are the watchdog of the society. You are here to critique the society. So please, as you are now seeing, I know most of the people are shocked to see what we see here today. It has never happened before. So we beg you, anything that you know, any suspicious property that you know, just send it to us, and your name and identity will not be disclosed. If you do that, you do it for your country. All people here, there's no foreign journalists, people are all like media experts. I say media experts because you have the expertise to do it. I will be hearing Daniel Slanga on the radio, and I'm a first time seeing him. You know, I appreciate all you people for your expertise, and I know that you do a good job for your country. Please, let's do it for our country now. Our country, I don't know how many years, 170 something years, we can't look like this. We can't look like this. So this is about time that we stand up for our country. When it's
Hey, you guys. Hey. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Um, Wherever you are watching us from, we say thank you for being here this evening. My end is the evening. Um, 8 something here. It's almost 9 o'clock. Um, Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching the Night Exchange and watching the replay of the updates on the biggest story in the country yesterday in Liberia, and people are still talking about it. Um, some people are shocked to hear these things happening, or that Liberia had turned a new page. Um, should we say being serious about holding people accountable, about corruption, and we always hear other people talk about it, other governments and stuff coming and talk about it, but had yet to really see it play out, if I would say. So we haven't seen any guilty verdict yet, and any property being seized yet, but I guess this is the step, right? This is the first step into that direction. So, and like you heard the chairman say, this is first of its kind. So we have to be a little bit, I don't know, optimistic. We don't want to be pessimistic around here, right? From what we have seen so far, we are okay. It's a good thing that this is happening. We just want hope to see more till it gets to the that we see this property, this these properties or those properties were seized or confiscated from someone, and now it belongs to the government. Damned. It would mean a lot to Liberian people. Then that, I guess, that will deter other people from doing it because they know now this would be like precedent set, right, by this government for the next government coming in. It will have to be something that everybody will want to continue, right? Except you don't mean well for Liberia. And then the people will see it. Because what's on this that any other administration that comes in that they will not want to continue. This is good for Liberia. This is good for the country. Why wouldn't you want to continue it? So then the people will see that you don't have a good intention for the country. And so they will start to look at you with a, you know, with a corner eye. So we have to be a little, I I don't know. I can say I'm happy. Let me not say I'm a little happy. But I want to see more, right? Before I start taking off my shoes and jumping up and stuff like that. I want to see a little bit more. We are just in the baby stage here, first step, right? We want to see it get to the walking and all of that. Right now, I think we're just crawling in the process, which is also a good thing. I'm not knocking the effort. It's also a good thing. So, um, some people haven't seen it, and I'm pretty sure all of us, most of you have seen it because that was like the biggest topic yesterday, and everybody was talking about it. So I decided to replay it because I, for one, did not see the press conference. It was just the little part that we played on the show yesterday when to play it. That's when I saw it, and I wanted to see the whole thing. Even though I didn't have time to sit down to watch it today either, but you know, it's kind of a good feeling to see that, people that, have the feeling or the sense that knowing that people will not just be brave, or opened to do these things and feel like, oh, nothing will come out of it. Nothing will happen because that's the should I say society, or that's the kind of culture of impunity? That's what we have in our country, right? These things get done and they get swept under the rug by the next government that comes to power. That's why people are so bold to do it. It's even walking in the street like it's on steroid. Everybody's just looking at it like, duh. How would you had nothing, or the position you were in before you came to power? Everybody's saying the way you were, and you just came to power like less than 6 months a year, and you start building all these properties, right? You start having all these businesses, all these properties, all these. That is so obvious. Like you don't even have to. Yeah, people say, "Oh, people are working." Yes, you are working, but what if you're supposed to in that position? You're making like $6,000 or $5,000. You having like 42 condominium, or you having like 7 apartment complexes. How is that possible? Do a low lifestyle audit. Everybody, even the low man, like don't have them. They can see that something's wrong, but they're immune to it because they feel like that's how it's supposed to be. That government comes, government go. They all come and they steal. That's why people who don't even do it, they look at it like, oh, you will never get rich. It's stupid man when you were working for government and nothing came from it. And then a way too, we can say how people encourage them. But then in a way too, that's what they know. That's all they know. They don't know any better. So this is where the narrative has to change. We people who sit on these platforms, who have our low times to come on these platforms to say, this is what we're supposed to tell them and teach them and show them with these videos. Like, no, this is not how it's supposed to be. That's what it made you believe it's supposed to be. Like you vote for them and it's supposed to be over you. It's supposed to be better than you and not make your life better. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to, yeah, that life will be a little better than yours, but not, 10 times, 100 times, no, because they are leaders, right? I cannot tell you, sit on these platforms and tell you, say, the president's life is going to be the same as yours. No, he's the president. He has a lot of, benefits. He has a lot of security-wise and all of that. He's the number one man in the country. So that would be different from yours. Lawmakers, yeah, a little bit, but not to the point that you have to be begging. Why they have everything free in the country? They have free generator, even their maids that who are working in their homes are getting paid. Why you don't have? And it shouldn't be like that. See, and then on top of that, they are doing bad deals, signing bad concession with brown envelopes coming in, building all of these mansions. Why you? Who live in the communities that concession or whatever thing are going to be affected, not seeing anything. That is not how it's supposed to be. So, it's a good thing that we've seen this. Well, let me bring Tatos on. If I see Tatos in the back, so he can have this chit chat with me. Good morning, Tatos. I know it's in the morning there, right?
Sure.
3 in the morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. And you?
So what's going on with you? You're in Liberia, and yesterday was the biggest, or day before yesterday, should I say, Friday. It was the biggest news conference from the assets recovery team ever, and everybody was talking about it all over the place. What is the atmosphere like? I'll tell the people hello first before we start interviewing you.
Anyway, good morning to everyone. Welcome to the show. So anyway, thank you.
Yep. So yeah, tell the people what's on your mind and all of that.
Yeah. I like what you were saying. Like what you were saying about asset recovery. It's a good news that we'll start hearing some of those names, that those that steal our resources. Then the other side are coming up to to back up and say, oh, defending the people that, especially like Fundabondo, seeing that they in fact since she have turned the company over to her daughter, so meaning she don't have nothing. Yes, if she don't have nothing doing with that, let her go. Like what people can say. Go to the court and clear yourself. If you have lawyer, other lawyer, child lawyer, any kind of way you can do. Go there and clear yourself. If this that's why they say if you have a problem, go to what? Go to the justice. Let everybody what do what they can do. So let her go and clear herself, let her return, let her come back in the country. By her staying out of the country, it will not look good for her. Let her come back. And one thing I will encourage the government is that those cases should not be delayed. It should not be maybe 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. No. If you found guilty, go to jail. Either you pay our resources, you pay it back, then you go to jail for it. Like they should not risk, because you see, since last year about how they call him, the former finance minister and the 4 others. Up to now, that case still dragging. So this one, they should not.
That's on the justice ministry.
Yeah. So they should not be dragging those cases. Criminal case, deal with it and forget about it. If they found guilty, let the person bear the penalty. If the person be free, then you clear the person. Now for you, every blessed day, the person will be going fine, bond, and other stuff. So that's the encouragement I have.
They just the ministry have to do something. They have to change that
Sure.
game and have to make rooms. I noticed that they have a lot of cases on the book, and but I think they need to like decentralize these cases, right? If they're so crowded up, you have courthouses in the counties, right? Renovate some of the places and carry like the least, cases in there and deal with those high profile ones that those corruption and thing and process those
Sure.
and those other little cases transfer in the counties. Let it be prosecuted there, and because they have some of the counties where they have like some Google courthouses, just do some renovation on there and let's get this ball rolling instead of sitting there and having to be waiting for years and years out, and you have people running around. Oh, why they can't prosecute her? And they still did it. Why they then when you book one of them, then where's your? I don't, this has got to stop. But we look up to the justice
And,
ministry. They need to do
and
that.
one thing they should not do is selective justice. Whether the
No,
person, they should not do selective justice, because there are some rumors coming up saying that. But I don't think that they're doing selective justice. But if they're doing it, they should not be doing it, because if anybody, the GSC come up with a report, let them go, let the president suspend them. They go through the court, through the process. After that, if he have the intent to reinstate them, then he can go ahead. But they should not do selective justice.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, it will make the whole fight against corruption weak because people will not take it serious if you do that. So I don't think they want to, do stuff like that. So, but what is the atmosphere like in the country? Like, what are people saying apart from the traditions? Like, what are other Liberian people saying? Like, how?
Other Lebanon, there's a serious argument between the, let's just say, the both people. Other Lebanon embrace the idea, like I said. A lot of people are happy for that, for the asset recovery, because there are so many people that stole our resources, and then some of them left the country, and so some of them very, very embrace the idea by them going to court. So that's why the other side are saying that is a wishing, they wanting them, but I think majority of the Lebanons, they good, or they are encouraging the idea of it.
That's good because some of these things you don't listen to the other side on stuff like this, right? Because this was one of the things that President Barker ran on, that he was going to bring these people to the book, right? So you will always have noise in the market for something like this. CDC will always defend their thieves, And maybe they could have been United Party too. They would have done the same thing too if it were them, right? So when it comes to things like you don't just make sure you are going by the law. Just make sure that everything be done by the law. Do not twat the law. Do not, do something outside of the law. Let everything be in the confines of the law, and be transparent about it.
Sure.
You just do what you're supposed to do. But to say you will sit there and say, "Oh, because the other boy I said," they will always cry, "Wish, honey." And we always told them, "You not wish, don't cry." You won't get it, but if you're a witch, then okay, then cry then. But if you still a witch hunter, I'm not a witch. I'm not gonna something whatever they call, what is that thing? I say wood or whatever. What they me doing? What, trying to tie a rope or do whatever? However that thing works, right? You just might be bringing that nonsense around me, and if I know I ain't do anything, I'll be scared. No, I'm not gonna be scared. I'm just gonna be curious. Just make sure it doesn't malfunction. That's all.
Sure.
Get me stuck. But other than that, but yeah, so they should be like that. So you just do your job. That's what I'm saying. Like when people are doing their job, like assets recovery or what the other put in ombudsman, just make sure you do it in confine of the law. Do not go outside of the law. Do not do anything illegal, and just relax.
Yeah, forget about the license and all that.
What's going on with? Yeah, what you say? Go ahead. Are you frozen? You there?
Yeah.
Okay.
You getting me?
Yeah.
Okay. I said let them go ahead and do the right thing. They should not go contrary with the law. Let them go to do the right thing.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's all you can do, because you can't have, excuse me. You can't say, "Oh, because the other people cry." Because everybody will always say, "Criminals, you catch criminals and do it." They'll tell you they didn't do it more than 10,000 times till you prove it to them and grab them. Even if they won't get it, they'll still be doing it. So you can't pay that any mind. I think it's a good thing that they're coming out, and it's also a good thing when she talk about they are working with international partners and people of that nature. And I think like overseas and all of that, because that is a big deal. A lot of them has taken something out of their country, a lot of monies and stuff out of the country. So it's a good thing that they're doing that, working with people outside of the country, because with that kind of position or responsibility, you need that in order to see the funds in other countries and stuff, and bank accounts. You do need a collaboration to do that. So that was one thing too that stuck with me, and I thought that was great when I heard that. And I noticed a while ago, what was it, September? Let me see if I can find it. There's something. Some people came to Liberia, I think, to meet with them. Let me see if I can find it. But go ahead, Tata. Let's hear you on there while I find this stuff.
Hello?
Yeah,
Are you there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Some people can walk out and say, like, you see what happened to, if I don't know, some problem this year, you're telling about my girl. When it
Sorry, go ahead.
When GSC came up with that report, they said McGill, there's a supplement payroll that they were doing, which of course in shape it on the president. That case, up to now, we have not hearing anything about it. So these are some of the things. Yeah, these are some of the things I'm saying. The government too, they should not be very reluctant on some of those issues and very slow. They are very, very slow on justice. If our poor man by now, either you be in service. You see? So they have to see about whether a representative, whether you senator, whosoever that take our resources, let them bring it back and then face justice. They should not feel, they should not give them mercy, because if you do that, if you do selected job step, at the end of the day, even there are some people that will be under your government or in your government, they will do the same thing. And at the end of the day, if you leave power, because remember that today, if Unity Party leave power, CDC come in power.
God forbid.
God, yeah, yeah, exactly. If they got in power, at the end of the day, they are, even if you're not doing, they will bring up, they would hear some of those stories. So they have to be, they have to fill up with some of those issue. Like what? Like some people, like the problem I have with the president is that, like he dismissed Roman Pay. He said administrative reason. In fact, they never say anything. They only say they dismiss him and then immediately they replace him. You dismiss him. Why you dismiss him? If there corruption, send the man to court. Send the man to court. If the man steal, let him bring the money. But you suspend the man without nothing. That why would we feel?
Well,
Why would we think?
actually, I don't think the president had to explain to everybody all the time if it's not corruption. That what he took from it. I think he did. He said if he said administrative reason, that is enough. And we since Women Pay became a minister, I don't think anybody have heard any kind of funny thing there about him doing anything funny like that. So the only thing we can guess is something like maybe functioning, or he's not, because the money industry still has some problems. If you say, or maybe he's not doing the job to his liking. But to say corruption, I would doubt that would be happening. Even if President Barker, they want to do that, you would not hear about it. I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Even me, I'm not a day. I never hear anything about corruption against him. But let's say the administrative reason. Anyway, we look up to him to see how best we can move the country forward.
Yeah, so like we were saying.
And one of the big topics especially when the Access Recovery came up with a press conference on Friday, they said the president is not thinking about what he brought home. He always take money and go out. He don't bring nothing home. One of the big topics, even to says some radio station were even discussing it last night.
Because they want to minimize. They're doing that because they're trying to water down what came out from the press conference. The president did not go out to go carry him to go beg for money. That is not happening anymore, at least from the US and other people. That is not happening anymore. Is you want to be a nation of equals, right? Not to be going begging for money. But you can go have that bilateral, agreements and understanding and ties, right? With your counterparts, with other countries, to convince them to come into your country, do some investing and other things in there to bring it to your country. Whatever goods and things that they can do for that kind of like trading, right? Deal. This would be good for me and that would be good for you. That's the world we're living in now. It's not about begging to go something to go. They said went beg, he brought this. But what are the fruits that we're seeing from those so-called begging that we are used to bring money back in, according to them? Because when they're not bringing, we always have money. Nobody else can see it. But they're trying to water down the whole thing that happened, and that brand shouldn't even fall for it to try to suddenly that whole stealing they were doing, because that is not how government works. Nobody go carrying bag. They carrying 2 bags with them. Ghana must go for people to go for the money with it for them to bring it back. That's not why the president travels.
Yeah, the reason they will complete on that is that because when CDC get empowered, the 25 million via, the 32 million via, the Ebola coronavirus money, SSR, everything. Then when they come up now and say, oh, they went job we actually what he brought, they will show you every RC where they completed to every RC. Then they will show the building renovation where they did to every RC. Then they will show you 14 military hospital. They will show you Ara Henry Hospital in Bapolo. These are some of the things that they will show to you. But them now they will tell you the actual amount that when President we had traveled at that time to France, to China, how much he brought, they will never tell you. But they will only able to tell you these are all the travel, all the 48 2 months that
All
he
the
made
thing
out of
you
the
need
country.
means, right? All the thing you need means, was there in a grip in a suitcase on the plane with President Weah, if that was true? Was it in the plane when he brought it and put it down?
No.
Okay. It took time and something. So since President Boga became president, what have you been seeing across the country?
I have been seeing road on the line of road development. I have been seeing the those
We see schools, we
yeah,
see agriculture,
agriculture,
ministry.
especially agriculture.
The,
Very,
the,
very
the, the,
important.
the overhead bridge contract has been
The,
canceled.
the two overhead bridge, I think it can be BTD because the last trip he made to Japan
Okay.
recently, I think the Kimber
They were
will
all
MOU.
canceled on the CDC-led government when President Boga came. They had to read something that it came back on. So all
Exactly.
these nonsense, like they can be brainwashing people who don't know any better that falls for it. Don't you're shooting something. If they tell you say he brought a United Arab or hospital or whatever it is, he did not bring it in his grip when he was coming. So he did not. Even the money they're talking about from France, they will not show you anything. Nobody know what to do with that money. They keep saying they're
No,
getting the money, but we didn't see it.
and I that Moruba Moru Kimber and say, oh, the president can go, yeah, but he
So
can take
President
it.
Boga is making strive for the country, for the people, for people to have their jobs, something that he promised for. He would not sit in his office and fold his hand or before they asleep for that job to come. He had to
Sure.
go outside and love it with his counterparts to be able to bring those people to his country, to encourage them to come to his country to do those things. That's how it works. Not to go beg for money because they like we always know about begging. Not all they used to. And then when they beg, they get in a little bit. They come. They don't do anything with it. They think they're still on that path. It's a new day. They need to wake up. So if they want to water down that whole report, that's what they're trying to do. And then they want to bring President Trip on it. It's not illegal for the president to travel. It's in his constitutional rights to get up
Yeah,
and travel.
yeah, yeah.
There's no way that saying that when the president travel, when you come in, bring 3 Ghana must go money for on the plane. No way. The president travels to do those things, like I told you, to go have those meetings, those connections, to go build those relationships for the country to partner with other people out there. That's what it is. If somebody want to be a Google something and say, oh, they will take money and give it to Liberia today, into this day. Well, they are welcome to do so, but that's not why the president go say, oh, I can't have to beg for money. Yeah, please give me money. And he said, no. He present the kiss to Liberia, what Liberia need, what Liberia is lacking. And I think you can tap into that. And we have the citizens, and you have the citizens, so you come, let's partner. That's what the president go to do. He was sitting in the executive mansion or his office at his house, and that happens. At least we didn't see him go to a girlfriend or to go watch football game. We didn't see him do any of that.
No.
So those people
sure.
all they know, but they're trying to brainwash the people who don't know any better. The way they have been keeping Liberian people to believe the wrong things. That this is how government works. This is how it's supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to be. That's the same mentality when they're trying to fool. When the president's trying to take Liberia out of that, and people like us sitting on these platforms trying to take them out of that mindset, they want to keep enslaving them and keep lying to them. Say this is how it's supposed to be.
And the same travel made today, America was able to give Liberia visa for 36 months.
Exactly.
Like the same travel. Like the same travel made today we can get 3 overhead bridge. Like the same travel made today, LEC now is still, we are not giving them 100%, but for right now we can give them 75 to 85%. 24 hours. If even a go, not even less than 15 to 20 minutes.
It's way better than before.
Ain't seen it. So even if someone decide to come invest in your country, if you don't have stable LEC, how would the person invest?
You don't have good roads.
24 hours I'll be using fuel? No.
You don't have
I
good
mean,
roads.
you don't have good road. You don't have stable LEC. You don't have running water. All those things the president fighting by all costs. Everything to be stable. Now at least we can little bit boast of it. If we continue now during the dry season, I was in dry season. When we continue now, we can say, oh yes, Lebron is getting better on the land of war, LEC. You see, but they will not understand all those things. What they want, I don't know. They are so frustrated to the extent that because some of them, because there are so many projects that they started, they wanted to complete it in the 6 years, but then there was no way, so they can complete it. So I think some of them are frustrated, especially like some people who spent 12 years in power. I'm sitting representative, you never do anything. Like wow.
You need to put your phone in a good spot. I see. I see doing you well. I can see it behind you.
Oh yeah, LEC doing well. Like I told you. See, so these are some of the things. Some of them are very, very frustrated because, especially if you listen to some of the interview right now on the Southeast, they would tell you that the government have done what 100% more than ever government like get there. See, right now some you can live on here, you enter the same day, you can live on here, enter Maryland. Can't get there. Riverside. So what value they want now within 1 year, 10 months? Because they want the 22nd will make 1 year, 10 months.
They wanted all of the damages that were done instead you have to be repaired.
And they forgetting to know that they damage the country first before Joe Pwaga will get there. Before you face all those things, and if you spoil something, for you to just wake up and face it, for you to spoil it, it's not hard. But to face it, it will take time. But they don't want to listen to it, but they just want go straight to it.
They want
we applaud the president.
Who will listen to them to be stupid like them, but they know it. They know
right now, when Joe Pwaga
because they don't want the people to see it and say, oh wow, the government is doing well. They don't want that. They want to keep lying, say, oh, the government is not doing well. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. And he said, oh yeah, nothing has changed. Like somebody, like the people are stupid. They don't know any better. They're supposed to say that. But yeah, that's what it's nothing saying. They're not saying anything that is real or anything that is fashion. But anyways, thank you for being here, Morris. You still haven't figured out how to twitch your phone yet, huh? Yeah, so, you too. Look at my phone.
Huh?
We're looking at something that they can be weird looking.
So how I looking on the screen? I looking like what? Because I can't see it from my end.
Straight up box. Where even Tata said got his phone looking at that right now. He came in good, but I don't know the falling from the phone.
Yeah, I see. Okay, the way Tata's looking at her looking right.
Straight up like that with all the something.
Yeah, I see Tata's in the box like he in a small box.
It doesn't look good on the street. That's
I see
what happened to it. They're falling. You there?
I see what the last time someone can you send me
there
off.
You go. You see? There you
go. I see, man. I don't know.
Morris, your own is not set on automatic. You gotta set it for it to be.
Yeah. I think I have to. Yeah, I've not been having a chance to really look into that. That will take me. Get beer with me for 10-15 minutes. How about
that? Welcome.
Because that day so I came, you took me up the camera. You say, "Oh, you not come back." You took me up.
No, I did not. I didn't take you off my camera.
You didn't take me. Yeah.
No. Maybe you came out the camera. Maybe it was your phone. I did not take you off. But go ahead. Let's hear you. Let's hear.
Yeah, I actually been driving home. I've been partly listening to you all. But look, it's just that I think Tatos, how are you, man? Long time. Oh, he gone?
I don't know what happened to the internet.
Yeah. I think it's just that President Bouaka, President Bouaka and his administration, if they truly decide to bring the necessary changes, I think they should go about doing that. Because the country is just the country. Liberia is a paradoxical society, meaning you want this, at the end of the day, you don't want it. You want this, at the end of the day, because I really don't think all the Unity Party supporters, the CDC supporters, the ANC, all the people from the different political parties, I don't think they like this. It could be true though. I may be right. Whether they love the political party or they love their political leaders in the country. Because I don't think in the right frame of mind, anybody will support anybody to take political office and just reckless and you still support such a person if you truly, truly love your country. I don't think so. Yeah, seriously. Because when you see this, every political party ran on the campaign of they will fight corruption. When CDC campaigned for 12 years, they said the Unity Party will corrupt. The Unity Party will corrupt. When they come to power, they will audit the Unity Party. They came 6 years to the point where even Unity partisans were challenging them. In fact, Unity Party wrote a special communique to the CDC government that come and audit. They did not for 6 years. And this government took over. Probably they thought it was going to be the same thing. Oh, yeah, we just make noise, but yeah, will not audit because of the normal crusade. They will not audit. Probably they had it thought. And the government have started doing that. And for people to say, I don't understand. But like I said, if the government bent on doing the right thing, I think they should just continue because changes have to start from somewhere. It just have to start from somewhere. Yeah, seriously, it have to start from somewhere. You cannot have a country that's so poor. People go to power, they steal millions of dollars. You poor, you not even get better place to sleep. They supporting such a person for what, on what basis now? I didn't support President Bouaka or anybody to go and steal and do anything. No, I support you because I truly feel that you will do better for the country.
Absolutely.
If you decide to do the wrong thing, I will not support you for what? Because you will come and you can't meet the country and you will go and lead the country. Why would I support you over? Why would I love you over the country for what? I mean, my head not even on my shoulder. So it's just sad. But I just hope the government continue what they're doing and they really pursue this, and they have to start from somewhere.
Yeah, so that's like you said. I don't know why you're thinking from if you don't know anything and you see people acting it out, it's fair to make a judgment from there from what you're seeing, because who loves that country and will want to support such thing? Like they tell you, said somebody did something to the country that have the propensity of ruining everybody else's life, and then you sit there and say you call it a witch hunt. You sit there and instead of you saying, "Oh, let the investigations and stuff be done. At least let it be transparent and something, and let's see where this really lead. Right? What happened here?
Right? Exactly. Exactly.
You sit there and start to put a hole in there, and then you will sit on these same platforms and say that, well, they said we were this, we were that, but it's still not prosecuting, it's still not going. And some are coming all the time telling us that it takes time. You can't just come, you have to investigate before you prosecute. Yeah, people may know that you did these things, but you're not going to court with that. So people know, everybody know, we can all see it. Look at the man house and he can't get nothing. Yeah. You have to have the paper trails. You have to have the evidence. You have to have that document to take to the court. The judge that are sitting there can know for a fact that happened, but that's the opinion or there's something. The facts has to be to those documentations. and no evidence that you will provide in court. So you don't just say, oh, they say we did it, they're not gonna, why they didn't do it, why? No, it costs money and it takes time. The investigation has to be done. And this is what we were saying, oh, after recovery, I said they are investigating. Every time we come on the show, they say, oh, we stay this because we're supporting government. We can't say anything bad. Like you said, I supported a JMB. I'm not going to support him if he's doing something wrong. Absolutely not. Because I'm not, that's why I'm not your partisan. I'm not your, according to them, the way they call it, I'm not your whatever. I support Liberia, and I tell you were the best man for Liberia at that moment, right? And this is what I expected you to do. So I'm not going to come here and say, oh, this is something because everybody's saying it, I'm supposed to join the talking point and something. No, if I don't feel that way, I would not. And from what these people did from the rights issue, they came out and did that, and then they went back. So these people are investigating. Then when we say that, they say, oh, we back in and say, oh, everybody must say it's blah, it's dead, it's dead. No. we gave these people 60 minutes. People can't just ask us, recovering people ISIS and taking people off property. You think that's just something small? That somebody would just come without any proper documentation, and when you walk to the court and then they dismiss it? Is that what you want? You can't want it like that. The right thing has to be done. And you got to give them a chance to work. And this is what we always try to talk about. And now, here we are. I guess it's like they said, it's the first kiss. They have many. So we are waiting to see more. That's it.
But Amy, if I could just come in quickly before Tatos come in, right? Look, the thing I don't even understand what's the argument here, and what is the witch hunting here. Look, this is the just outgoing government. This government was the government that just left power. This is the government investigator that just left power. So, what government do you expect the Unity Party to actually carry the investigation on? What government? Chancellor government? Or
No,
Judy
they
Brand?
want the Unity Party to do their jobs. What they didn't do.
Yeah.
They are trying to dictate to them which government they should audit, and that is not your business.
Exactly.
You should have audited. You should have investigated the UP government. You refuse to do it. That is not your job to tell them who to investigate.
So, and I don't even understand. Why would I be? Why would people even get angry? Even if you CDC supporter, why should you get angry? Don't you think it is fair enough for you to know the people that you voted for, the people that you supported, how they govern, this respective office, the respective offices that they occupy, how they conduct themselves? Are you not interested in that? What is the argument here? I don't get it, but I mean, let the other people come in.
The party supreme. That's what.
They both feel to themselves that everything should be in their interest. And at the end of the day, they will use that means to come back in power. God forbid. Now, assets recovery is not something like you take 1 day or 2 days, neither 1 month, 2 months to get found the truth. Because if you hear that Tatos have a property that costs for what? For something like 300 or 400,000. Now, you have to investigate how Tatos get the, or how Tatos, what Tatos was doing first, and how Tatos was making before he got all the property. But all to them that they feel to themselves that, like I said though, because when he go on spoon, he can get when he leave power. No, when he leave power, he took 1 paper. He carried to Banabe. He went and had it after they put fire behind him. At the end of the day, where they found the paper without no tire, nothing under it. But still, the Minister of Transport, Minister of Youth and Sport, they still take the paper. So even when some of them when they go on that radio, they can be so frustrated to the extent that they ain't got nothing to say. But at the end of the day, the only thing they have to say is what? That wish hunting, the president is wish hunting. You don't bring in nothing but the only thing to wish on. Yes, we wish on. Say you desire to be a wish, they will follow you. If you desire not to be a wish, then leave the wish and go serve God. Simple.
Thank you. Let Brother Toure come in.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, people are just throwing temper tantrum. And and they have the right to do that, you know. And government also have the right to maintain peace, stability, and everybody right will be protected, you know, through due process and all of that stuff. The whole thing of assets recovery, and I'm so glad that the chairperson, or at least the person that addressed the media on that whole Finabono and the 40 other individuals that are now being sort of you know, persecuted. You know, it was so so rare that he went as far as saying, you remember when we started this thing, people were telling us, say, asset recovery is a vla, you know, asset recovery it does not have any sort of, you know, support from government and all of that stuff. And from the earlier stage of the whole asset recovery, you know, saga, I was one of those guys that actually, you know, criticized it, because and on ground, my criticism was sort of, you know, being fueled by the fact that there is no way that you can just come in government, you know, like 2 weeks after the inauguration of the president, then you just start arresting things, right? And my whole, you know, support was based on the fact that, you know, Morris, bro, get your break, relax yourself, go do some due diligence, due processes, get your facts right, get all of your, you know, your situations and some of the stuff that you're really trying to do. Once you have established all of these facts beyond all reasonable doubts, then you can move ahead and start making arrests and confiscation of properties and all of that stuff. And I think that's the stage now we at. After they saw that, remember the arrest of the yellow taxi and stuff, all the yellow taxi that are in the street apparently became target at that moment. And they cease and desisted from that. And right now, look at where we're at, where they can come on a single press conference, you know, release 40, you know, announce 40 indictees at this point, including the chief protocol officer of the former president. So that right there tells you, when you do due diligence, when you get all of your facts right, I mean, correct, through physical and what we saw, they had a they did a presentation of some of the properties and assets that they have flagged. It makes your job a lot easier, void of public scrutiny, because now even the people then that is something that they themselves will start to support what you are doing, because you are presenting facts. You are not working under the shadow of innuendos. You know what I mean? So I think it would give that process certain level of respectability, and people then try to start to buy into the whole asset recovery, you know, commission. Because right now, the only people that we know that are criticizing, the only people that we know now that are really up and arm about this whole process, which of course is not is not a surprise by any, you know, or means whatsoever. We expect opposition, especially because when we say opposition, we have to be very specific. Opposition like the CDC, they're gonna come and actually criticize whatever this is. But then that will also have the Liberian people to really caution, you know, the whole dichotomy or what that party is actually about. Because anybody can look at some of these, you know, reporting done by the asset recovery team, some of these discovery made by them, and still not have any ounce of remorse for these actions that have led to, you know, some of the suffering and lack of funding for institutions that are critical to the survivability of Liberians. But funds in the amount of 6 million, in the amount of 180 something or million Liberian dollars being siphoned by individuals.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, do you know what that 6 million could do for JFK or rehab or you know, or the University of Liberia that is so dilapidated, you know, that the university president is actually crying for 500,000 United States dollars.
Absolutely.
You know, you got one individual getting that amount of money. You know what I mean? And people want to come here to try to politicize this process, saying this is a witch hunt. We all knew Finabono was up to something. There's a reason why all of these senior officers, they were all glued to Finabono, right? Yeah. And now it's all making sense now. Because they use Finabono as a foreperson, they use Finabono as a scapegoat due to our lack of sophistication.
He's a hitman.
Right? That they were able to literally, you know, form all these bogus institutions in her name, and she was so dumb to sign off on all of these things. Now, guess what? All these things is actually playing on her. And all the people that benefited from that thing, because that nothing about no one eating it. Someone are literally funding these things and then going at the back end and recoup some of these funds.
Getting his, yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Thank you. Absolutely, Ture. It's a whole Ponzi scheme, also cartel thing set up to, you know, lure money through. And like you said, you're right. Whoever name and signature that is on that, they take the fault, right? Unless they can come out and say, no, it wasn't just me. You know, we were in this together with everybody else. Your name and signature is on there. I'm sorry. You're the one who answering all the questions.
Oh, yeah.
So at the time, maybe you may be the you know, the head nigga in charge of that stuff. And everybody, oh, rescue mother and this, that, and that. People are playing smart. I'm not putting my signature on something for everybody to, you know what I mean? Because that's not, those are documents that are going to stay behind when you guys leave. So it's not something like you own it. It's your birthright, or you keeping it, and you won't have to like disclose it to the next government. That is not, you know, what's going to happen. So you don't do stuff like that. But hey, who knows? That's where she falls in the whole chips. And I mean, I think she's gonna be in a lot of trouble when they start to investigate all of these murders too, because like it was alleged that what happened in Imakane with that EPS guy, her name was in the middle of that too, remember? So it's a whole lot that she had, I mean, allegedly had herself wrapped around her. So, and I can only hope. All we want is justice, right? We want justice for that man as well. So I feel bad for her for being a scapegoat if she used herself for one, but people have to get justice. I mean, I can see the assets recovery part to it, but I also want those families to get justice on their loved one. And it you know, he didn't deserve the way he was killed, and then people going ahead making it he shot himself, like he did suicide and stuff like that, 3 bullets in somebody talking about suicide. So yeah, she really gonna get herself mixed up. But I was trying to, guys, keep this topic that we get hold of Toga Gateway. I forgot his last name.
Get hold of who?
The transport minister that we interviewed here, but I keep forgetting to reach out to him. And I think we should talk about the buses and stuff.
Oh,
we're keeping that topic to call, unless we call him. Then
with 32 buses.
Yeah, to come on. But I keep forgetting to reach out to
35?
him.
35, yeah.
35. See, that does know. So he on the ground. That should be our ground reporter.
But I suggested that a long time ago. I said Tato should be the guy who, you know, Tato already got motorbike, so it'll be easier for him to.
We want to end up become B Tato, so you see what I can do to JMB son? People Tata go be
Now
reporting.
talk about that baby.
Yeah.
Is it the answer when you want talk like that?
Lady who been to send the campaign down, who lead there on the
Look,
Brappy, who want to put a BU?
look, the whole thing, right? To Ray, I was just listening to you. Look, all of us in the country, we all monitor each other. We monitor our government officials. There's something called deductive reasoning, and you can make a judgment based on deductive reasoning. If you see Maurice, you know Maurice from the community. All of a sudden, Maurice became minister or director. Then in 2-3 year time, Maurice decided to build mansions, horses all around, cars and this and that. Brother, you don't need no medicine man to tell you what I'm because you don't need no medicine man because the first thing, look, that thing that they can tell, where in the world appointment position you just get it, just go to the bank take 200,000 give it to you. Where you think they better not get respect for that money? Why if the president fire you tomorrow? How do you get that money? It doesn't. That's not even true. So no medicine man need to tell you that the president did no, because we all monitor each other. We monitor each other. That's how it goes. And when you say the government, the people or the asset recovery team was supposed to wait, that's a fair argument. But at the same time too, imagine if the asset recovery team was supposed to be for the just said 2-3 months, 4 months, it was going to be the same argument. Oh, the people not got nothing. They ain't got nothing to work on. That was, but you see, they ain't get nothing. They ain't get no proof, no evidence on anybody. That why they just waiting 2-3 months and seeing they appointed, they can't even do nothing. That would have been another argument. So for me, I think the fact that they wake up with that momentum, that zeal, it was okay. Even though the Supreme Court trying to play politics on there, but it was even the fact that they can even come back with this force all this time they've been. Imagine that if they were not going to sit for 9 months. Imagine that. So we're all watching each other. We all watching each other in the country. No magic. There's no magic money in the country where you can just go pick the money from the tree.
Maury, you can say like Prof. Lumumba said in his he said when you see someone who just got rich overnight.
Seriously.
Maybe it is imperative that we call those people, call them so that they can show all the magic trick.
Exactly.
There's no trick there, Bobby. There's no trick there. It's okay.
No, we're not just gonna accuse them of being corrupt, but let's just tell them, man, how did he leave from here and got into this space in no time?
In no time.
I think it's absolutely it makes sense.
So guys, let's watch this.
So the first 7 of the buses are now leaving the free port of Monrovia at about this time, heading to ABK Motors Incorporated for a post-delivery inspection. So the security are doing the usual checks here at the exit point of the port. Who's going to say that this isn't the good news to the general public? So hopefully by Friday, all of the 25 buses will be out, ready for dedication. So this marks the 7th of them. And afterwards, we turn off our cameras. So this is the old one. There's the old one. These are all of our drivers. We are here. These are our drivers with the anticipation that all of the buses were going to be out today. So we came with a team of technicians, the drivers, electricians, few attendants.
Yeah, no, I just left.
So on the front row of this vehicle is the corporate affairs and strategic planning manager along with the assistant chief driver of the National Transit Authority. On the far right is the head of logistics, Mr. Yadi Prankins. Led by Mr. Prankins is one of our technical consultants. So we now turn off our cameras as we await the final release of the remaining buses to the public. Thank you very much and keep
Amy, are you there?
With the arrival of the new buses. Wow.
Wow.
This is so amazing. Amazing. Wow, people are so happy. Wow. See how the citizens are happy? Wow. These are the new buses. People are very much happy. You can see these are the new buses that just arrived. Wow, this is not make up story. Oh, wow. Let's see.
So we're stopping here. Just wanted to show the public reaction to this. So these buses have been in the making. What's the rate? I need to go pick up my daughter. In the making, and the assets recovery team, people were saying that it was fly and all of this. They said they were bringing to what are the buses and stuff like that, and we always told them you cannot control the movement of these things on the ocean. When I think Morrison would know. I don't know if Morrison ever saying used to do continue before, but we that used to send it back, then they would tell us sometimes it would reach there, right, Morris? That's when they would get that then before you know it reaching there way past Christmas and stuff like that. So
Yeah, all the time.
yeah, so you can't control that. But here we are today. They are in the country, and let's talk about it. So, Ray, can you take over a little bit? My daughter went somewhere. I gotta go pick her. She's calling me.
All right, no problem. I'll go from there. Yeah, sorry, my laptop has died, so I just had to take me out. But yeah, so gentlemen, y'all read. I mean, obviously, y'all saw the buses that were being displayed out of the port. This definitely gonna help because a couple of months ago we had, I believe, the deputy managing director, if I'm not mistaken, from FTA. He came here and he was talking about how they were expecting some of these consignment that will help alleviate the suffering of transportation in Liberia. So now we just seeing these buses being spectacularly moving around in the city, all in all helping to enhance transportation. You go understand economic is move when they are when movement of people become accessible. So Morris, what do you make of this?
You know, the first thing we have to look at the country from a holistic point of view, right? We have a country where NTA, we have a country where the department are responsible for transportation. How many buses before this government even took over? I think 2 buses, if I'm not mistaken. Even that 2 buses was not even functioning. Huh?
3.
You say what? Tato, you say what? 3 buses. Yeah. Even the 3 buses were not functioning properly.
Yeah.
That was the country. That was the institution that was turned over to this current government. I don't know whether you monitor the hearing from the NTA boss. I don't know, Macaulay, some kind of Macaulay. I think his last name Macaulay. If you listen to that hearing from the Senate, it was a disaster. And so sometimes when you hear these people condemning, like sometimes I ask myself, what sentimental right that you have to even judge, if actually in a very, very civilized, and honest and sincere community and society, these people that condemn me, they have no sentimental right to judge anything. You had a department that less than 2 buses were functioning properly. So, I mean, it's a good thing. The fact that for me, even if it is a 5 buses or 10 buses, because I always take the performance paradigm system into account. What do we have before getting this? So for me, even if it is a 5 bus or 10 bus, there's something that it is commendable. It is enough. We can say no. Is that where we want the institution to be? We can say no. But the fact that it's a step forward, initiative, we appreciate that. It shows that they are ready. They are working in the shortest possible time. They say 35. For me, even if we can get 10, 5. We have whole country only have 1 fire service bus. One. Whole country. Today, you got almost 10 or a little over 10. And these people will be the one to serve as a moral police, to judge somebody. So just to close up, I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good initiative. I think it will ease the transport, the difficulties that what people going through in terms of transportation. It will help. So, I mean, it's a good news. We'll just press on them to do more. If it is 10, we can, they say 35. If we can get it 35 and more to that, we appreciate that. And we just also to urge them to ready. I think they say they come with a whole lot of program in terms of even swapping the card. You got to get card. You just go and get a monthly card where you just put the money on it and go in the bus and just swap. So instead of, trying to cash exchange and stuff like that, I think they're doing all that into trying to minimize, because the best way you can avoid corruption is to avoid the cash exchange from hand to hand, So they coming a whole lot of programs in terms of safety measures. So I mean, we just hope the boss can come, but the guidelines that the safety guidelines, the maintenance guidelines they will bring into place will help to sustain those bosses. But it's a welcoming news.
Okay, that get the taxes. I mean, you already in the country. With the introduction of these new buses, I don't know whether they are in traffic now, but But just the whole idea that they are in a country, brings,
Yeah. Let me first say congratulations to the president, and also to the government of Liberia for what they're doing. The NTA when they took office, there were 3 bosses, and the 3 bosses, 2 were damaged. Only one they started. That one boss, they were able to run it and then see how bad they can repair the balloon 2. And the balloon 2 they repair today they start building the headquarters, because since during any time they were using container when Joe Weah took over. That thing they pointed because they said LEC and other stuff, for being that they wanted to do corruption, they wanted, including the document. Nothing else came from inside. You see, so by then getting 35, the bosses actually the total numbers will be is 65. The 5 will be like, I think, 2 truck that anywhere one of them break down, that other one will go there and bring it. So we applaud the government for what they're doing, and also the NTA boss. They are doing extremely well. Yet they have not yet, they didn't put it on traffic yet. But I think if that's 65, even that 35, if they can share it and maintain it, I think the transportation, at least it will drop down. So we tell the entity, thank you for what they are doing. We're only encouraging them that they can continue doing well.
Well, absolutely. So basically, when the gentleman came out that day, we asked him a series of questions because Labrador, for some reason, Labrador we don't have the issue of obtaining these decent looking things in the country. But the problem is what we have issue with is maintenance, is sustainability. We have not been able to do well with that. And we're asking that question. He said, look, we are looking at everything that have been done in the past. And if one you're talking about those, there'll be tow truck and stuff involved in that whatsoever. But the gentleman also said that we are even investing into some of these trucks, because let's say Morris want to travel to Lofa County, but Morris trying to transport 10 bag of red to a man in Lofa County, and the bus will not be used for transporting such amount of goods. So they're gonna get trucks. You know what I mean? Like ain't no these trucks. So those trucks will be purposely used for moving goods. You know what I'm saying? So, and according to him, he said they'll making a way where, let's say Morris is traveling to Lofa, he got 10 bag of rice. Morris will go with 10 bag of rice, and they'll get a 10 bag of rice on the truck, and then Morris will ride the bus, and the bus and the truck will literally leave simultaneously. You know what I'm saying? So as Morris arrived, or maybe the truck will get there before Morris, or Morris will get there before the truck, but either way, he will still have access to his goods. So I said that would be fantastic, because if we do that, then we can give at least, because some of the buses, man, they are not meant to actually transport goods. They are purposely meant for people to just sit from different city to different city. So I think that definitely makes sense. But Morris, if you look at it from that perspective, don't you think that would be a very good way in terms of preserving and maintaining those buses when you're using them for transporting people, and they have other way of transporting their goods, especially heavy commodities?
Yeah, but I think it's a good idea. Look, the whole thing about the whole bus thing is not something free. I think it was, I don't know whether it was a loan, it was a credit stuff, but it was not something free. I think the bus will be used to make money, and I think the entity will use the bus to make that money and even pay back and get more buses. Yeah, I think that's the whole idea, right? I think I'm right on this. Yeah, I think the bus is not something that just came in the country free. I think it was like either the government make arrangement to get a bus with the Indian government that they will pay back in the shortest possible time, or I think they pay some amount of stuff like that. So this idea of using the bus to transport goods in the county, it's all good. These are all means of getting of able to generate fund, and be able to pay back, or for the entity to generate more funds. So it's a good idea, especially where now, I mean, the road network work is improving. So it's a good idea. It's a brilliant idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Tatos, what do you make of that?
Yeah, it's a good idea. It's a good idea because okay, let's just see what happened in the rainy season. The road was good, and even local road was good. The transportation fare was what drop. Last year when I traveled to Lofa, it was in September, the ending of September. We were carrying Barry to Lofa. But for being that a road sport, we couldn't use Lofa road. At the end of the day, we passed through Bo Wolosa, Kenema, Kalahun.
Really?
Before we get to Kwendo.
Kwendu? I have a history there. Wow.
Yeah. Before we get to Foya, 2 men come on.
Kwendu into Foya from Kwendu, right?
Yeah, Kwendu to Foya, like not Lexington.
I'm old terrain in there.
Yeah, right. So you see, but this year no car can tell you that this year the travel to several Yumbo Wallasa to get to Lofa. No way. See, if they bring those, how do you call it, truck then that will help to transport goods, it will be a good idea, because if the tax is taking like $5,000, maybe they will take in something like $3,000. I will not look at $5,000 and then or $3,000. That will help the citizen to move their goods from one place to another. You see, so
Right.
even at that, it will grow the economic in the country. So it's a good idea.
And that'll be a job creation too for other people.
Exactly. So we applaud them for that.
Absolutely, man. Look, at the end of the day, man, we want to see change. We want to see how things are done differently. We want to see certain level of consistency. And with everything that I know and everything that I'm seeing now, even though I still got reservation in other areas, but we cannot in any way say this government is not doing things differently. The urgency attached to this government needing to do well couldn't have been absolutely made to move faster than it is already, because we knew that this government, they have all of the qualification whatsoever that they have served in previous governments, that they could actually just come in and just keep the ship sailing. And with everything we know now, we know that they are doing that. But let's come to something that that I don't understand about our country, right?
Well, anyway, go ahead. I just wanted to say something.
What do you want to say?
Yeah, but you see, this argument, right? Yeah, it's a fair argument to make. But let's even the entity that we're talking about. You have an entity that when the government took over, they only have one functioning boss. You don't expect the government to just pick up and start running straight. The first thing, exactly, because especially where there's been a total damage at that institution. You understand? So you have one functioning NTA boss in the whole country. So I don't care whether that NTA boss or director is a musician. He will not just go there and start picking and start running straight. It will take time, Yeah, and that's every other institution. These guys, the home boss, they damage most of the institutions. Sometimes they burn some of them. So you see, but that is not an excuse. we expect the government to have done more and pick up from there because that was the expectation. But they can only explain that, look, this is, even though that was our expectation, but this is what we made, but I mean, go ahead.
So yeah, I was just trying to say, like, with all this that's happening in terms of, seeing structural changes, seeing government initiatives taking over stage, whether it's in a city or across the country, you're seeing development going on all of these places. Some people may say, yes, it's good, government is working. And other people might say, but can we also have all these great things happening and still have the courage to criticize where it is appropriate? I think you can have that. You can say, yeah, Mr. President, you're doing well in terms of road connectivity. Mr. President, you're doing well in terms of respectability on the international scene. Oh, Mr. President, you're doing well because you are engaging Liberians across all spectrums. But we can also say, yeah, Mr. President. But we can also say, Mr. President, you are total walking in this area only for us to see, boom, asset recovery resurface again. Because a lot of people actually felt that after this guy wrote in his resignation, Martin Colley, and said all the things that he had to say, a lot of people came with the conclusion that asset recovery was a scam, was some of these big things. So where's your position now? Did the asset recovery thing coming out with a pronouncement day before yesterday or yesterday, well, whatever day was, did this in any way re-energize the whole, assets recovery team, and by extension through the government itself? Do you see any correlation between what was a very powerful news yesterday, talking about 40 people being indicted? One happens to be one of the very, very important piece of the President George Manneh Weah, puzzle piece in Finabondo. I mean, how do you feel right now? How do you feel? Is this telling us that when you try to do the right thing and patiently gather all your facts and stuff like that, this should be the result? Or you probably just gonna say, you know what, this was just another time where somebody, but there's nothing happening without any cause and effects. So the fact that they took themselves out of the spotlight, they went ahead, according to the man yesterday, the presenter yesterday, some people even said to them that asset recovery was a fly. He himself saying it, and to see them resurface yesterday with this big momentous, news. What like? Can we not agree that Joseph Boakai is slow, but he's very he's very able? Is that what it is? That's something that was going to believe, Morris.
Look, before I even go there, right? For cabinet, I one person who don't believe that everybody in the country that work in government are bad. I don't believe that. Because for you to even hold that belief, it means the country is dead dumb. Because for everybody in government to be bad, or everybody in the country to be bad, then you don't have a country. Or probably you have a long way to go. A lot of time we don't pay attention. Look, the corruption in the country is chronic. A lot of time we don't pay attention. Sometimes there are many ways. The corruption in the country is not just about money transferring from one place to another place. Even our minds are corrupt. Most of us, our minds are corrupt. sometimes when even the formation of institutions, especially institutions that dare to fight that kind of corruption thing there, the first thing people trying to do is to manipulate. Is to manipulate that team. And sometimes members of that team cannot even be aware of the politics that have been playing. Most times you see them fighting among themselves, they be arguing among themselves. That is the fight right there. So sometimes just by the grace of God, you remember the TRC and many committees. The TRC committee, what happened? The people infiltrated that committee. At the end of the day, they start fighting among themselves. At the end of the day, they never came to one conclusion. Just for the point that the report, whatever report they will come up with, people will say, the committees are not even together. How you even respect that kind of committee? This is the fight. This is the system. So to this assets recovery, the brother Martin Collins is he's a young guy. You know, the young people, when they know the book, they become so exuberant. They become so, sometimes they don't consider the experience. And you know, I remember when he started the fight against the woman, the current foreign minister now. He said how the foreign minister was not credentially prepared to occupy that position. And you know, he went all over on social media. They should not, and sometimes if we're not careful, we just lose good people on the quote unquote. They are not up there. And, you know, and today we cannot have any better information foreign minister than the woman. So back to the issue of the asset recovery thing. Like I said, they brought all the things just to make sure all of them look bad, to like the asset recovery. The team itself is not together. They are fighting among themselves. And sometimes if you not be careful, you want to gain that you want to get that political relevant, you just say, you know what, I resign. I'm not part of the committee for this and that. I think that's what happened. But the few people that remain the head of the team, the asset recovery team, and the few people that remain, I think they were committed to what they were there for. And I think they had the experience. I think the man himself had that experience. That's why he never fought. You never see him coming, talking, criticizing this and that. Because I think he understands the game. And you know, so they've been working. They've been doing that work. They've been focused. They've been prepared. One can say yes, Bouaka. For me, I not think Bouaka was really sleeping. I think he just reminded people that look, I've never been sleeping. It's just that's how people think. And you know, so we just hope that they continue, you know, what they are doing. But I think they've been very focused, they've been very prepared. That's why they have not been in the media, they have not been talking, they've been focused, and that's the best way. When they come up, people say yes. And, you know, so yeah, that's the whole thing. Sometimes every time they form committee, the first thing they would do was to try to infiltrate that committee. Just take note of this, what I'm telling you. They were trying to infiltrate that committee and make it look that the whole people not even together, the fight among themselves. That is the work of the people who fighting back, you know. But like I said, I think the team is a solid team. I think they have been working, and I listened to the briefly to the if you listen to the clip that they were playing, he said moving forward, every night, then at least every month, we'll come up with something. I think that was the promise that he made in the clip that just played.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Tatos, I mean, this was just, you admitted, Tatos, but let me lay it for you. This was just one of those things, man, where you say, oh, the asset recovery, that thing I've learned, man. That Martin Collins retired. I mean, he resigned. You know, the whole thing finished. Then boom, the people come with everyone, and they said that there are more to come. What do you make of it?
You know, even Emmanuel Gongwe resigned. He said because of the chairman, how the chairman behaving, doing this, that. It's not consulting.
That's the EFF guy.
Yeah. He was the operation. He certainly resigned. But even when he decided to contest in Makibe, they go on 2023 election. We know what happened between he and Magil. We know what happened. So some of those things, even some of them come up and say, oh, because of those, this, that. we will not take them serious because we know their background or what they stand for. Now, the asset recovery team is that people, like I said, people forgetting to know that it's not something to do within 1 month times. You will not go investigate today within 1 day or 2 days time because it will take time. You have to find witness, you have to find document, prevalent document that will prove to you that even when you go to court, that tomorrow you will not be disgraced. But the people, when they came up at that time, they hold the former RG, they start packing Finabono Kanin. They went to Supreme Court, the Supreme Court gave a green light to Finabono and say, oh, you return the car to Finabono. They started talking, oh, how long they will stay long, how long they will go, where they will go, they will not go, Latvia. You know some of those things. Now the results are coming out. They are saying that wishing. You witchcraft, you not a witchcraft. Like I said, if you don't witchcraft, then be the witch and join the Christ. If you're not Christ, then join the witch. But the only thing I will encourage the government is to go straight to the point, and they should not keep those cases for too long. They should not keep it for too long. Let them go quick in 1 month time. They finish with them. They send them what they have to send them. If they the only way some of them will start believing again is if they start seizing the property, they say, oh yes, or some of them go because some of them, if some of them want to be released, they will go and make the fat. And whenever you make the fat, maybe if you're supposed to go to jail for maybe 5 years, maybe probably they will release it. I don't know about that, but something like that. But we encourage them to see our best. If they say that Bwaka sleeping, then Bwaka now woke up. Bwaka woke up again, problem coming, they complain. They should continue complaining, but we encourage the president then go ahead and do the work. The councillor should go and do the rightful thing. Simple.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just do the right thing, and you're absolutely right. The reason why the court told them that you guys don't have any merit or base to make such arrest, they're all because they did not have facts, they did not have evidence, they did not have any sort of tangible warrant of arrest. So so they took their time. They went through all of the processes and all of that, and now they are very, very comfortable of moving anybody now with their charges of invest. I mean of how do you call it, money laundering, conspiracy to defraud or something like that. They need more of that stuff. But let's come to the human side of it. I really want you guys to give your perspective, your individual perspective on how these kind of things, how this really impacts you or how you look at your country, right? That individual, group of individuals, look at the kind of money we're talking about, right? For a country that got so much need of everything, but individual can actually try to create a situation where they can really harm the country economically. What does that really mean to you, and how do you feel about that? I think we all should be, we all should call them out. All those that will engage in an act, we all should call them out, and we should call out individuals that are supporting them in an act. But let's start with you, Tatos. What do you feel right now if you have children or you got a child that you go to a classroom and she don't even have desks? Now talking about even chalk for teacher to write on. It's 2025. She's not even talking about chalk bending. But anyhow, what is your position? What is your frustration? I'll name this segment, what is your beef? You know what I mean? What is your beef with the whole situation?
Well, under no condition, like the example you get, under no condition that I will send my child to school, then no chalk, no other stuff. That is why they have a fee over there. So in that case,
Tato losing you, eh? Tato, is he there? Morris go ahead losing Tatos. They're not easy.
Yeah, I know. I think you're trying to come back. So yeah, look, like the brother on the show, Fambule, right? I think his name Fambule. The guy that always quote the Bible stuff on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he always quoted Bible scriptures and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna quote the Bible, but the fact that I'm a Muslim, I will quote my prophet, peace be upon him. He said, "The love for country, the love for God starts with the love for country." That is the authentic hadith. The love for God starts with the love for country. That means you must love your country. For you to be a good Muslim, you must first have love for your country. And, you know, look, it is heartbreaking to see a country like Liberia, where you just see Mr. X or Madam X yesterday. All of a sudden, Madam X just get into government. Then she just become millionaire. And these guys, they have no remorse. They have no respect for the citizens in terms of how they conduct themselves. You know, I remember one time they came in America for what kind of program. The general minister knows some kind of tar, Piso. You remember that thing on Facebook? They were in Minnesota Mall. We came for shopping spree, spree and stuff like that. I know whether I can remember that. They were on the social media. They were in the mall. We came for shopping spree. You know, because the first thing, the fact that you're in the public spectrum, people will see you differently. People will use different lens to look at you, to look at your conduct, your behavior, your family. Here is the lady, Madam Finda Bundu. She have a daughter in the United States. The lavish lifestyle on the social media. We also the CDC government. These guys have money in the bag. They were going around dividing money like money. There's a money that they didn't even have respect for the currency for the money, because there's no way you can put thousands of dollars in the bag and just go dividing around. So how do I feel as a human being? I feel so hurt. It's so pathetic. As a human being, that's how I feel. It's so disheartening to see the way these guys, and sometimes they give you $20 to the young guys, $15, $20 to buy scratch that, and they go on the social media defending them, using their whole life to defend it. On what basis? What are you defending? What are you actually defending? You know, so to answer you, how do I feel as a human being on the human side? I feel so pathetic. It's so disheartening. Especially you have a country where we still got children on the street. And these are the same people that will come say, oh, the government still got children on the street selling plastic bags. The children not giving at school. The children sitting there, they even got bench to sit on in their various schools. You go to some villages, the children sitting on the ground. These are the same people that have been making this argument. Because today, the national government is the president. Only the president. Yeah. You know, so it is sad. It is pathetic. It's just so sad. And I just hope they should hunt every one of these witches that have squandered the country, that have taken the country back. Because every dollar that you steal, that dollar would have been used to benefit the child, the unborn child.
Absolutely. You cannot, you couldn't have put it any better. When we look at, you know, the impact of corruption, you know, people can just look at it from an individual basis, but they don't really go depth with it. If you see someone like Finabono being accused, even though I know for fact, by just looking at her demeanor, You know, that she was a plant. You know, plant. You know, that's exactly what it was, and they couldn't have brought any other person for that than her. If you think I'm lying, let somebody tell me where Phina Bono position was in terms of, you know, list of richest Liberian in Liberia. You know, they really saw the lady and they knew she was well suited to be taken advantage of. And they have said all these things in her name. And she had absolutely no, I mean, she literally could not even figure out like how this could all come and become so bad for her, because she did, you know, like I said, if you don't know, you don't know, and she certainly didn't know anything, and that's what is coming to play right now. But let's welcome our brothers, Zaza, Emmanuel. What's good, bro? You all right?
Thank you. Good evening to everyone.
Yeah. So Amy, in here now, would you go to you?
No, I don't need a topic point right now.
No, I mean, I got a topic. I mean, obviously, is the budget. We saw a budget that was being presented to, at least that was presented to the House yesterday by the Finance Minister, Augustine Gafwan.
Mm-hmm.
Budget totaling 1.2 billion. That's the new budget presented for fiscal year 2026, 27, if you will. Making it the first time in Liberia's history that the budget have obviously reaching a threshold of $1 billion. There are a lot of questions, but people are just holding on to it yet because people have not, the document of the budget have not been in sort of, you know, they have not been made available for public consumption. I think plenary have to go through whatever they have to go through. But I just wish that we had a copy of it and try to, you know, and try to actually know where the growth is coming from. If you know, if there are a lot of activities going on, if there are a lot of, you know, government, you know, maybe they have done well in terms of the collection of taxes and all of that stuff, or Liberians have resorted to paying taxes in this time than any other time in the history of Liberia. So there are a lot of unsolved questions. But what we do know is a budget was actually presented to the House of Representatives by the Finance Minister. So Morris, some people say Mr. Cummings should get resign from running for the presidency because
yeah, but I mean, like you said, we can discuss the budget in detail right now because
right.
The budget has not been disclosed to the public. I think it's still in committee. Yeah, I think the House supposed to discuss it and they pass it, the president sign it and stuff like that. So right now we can only say what we can say for now, that there's a submitted budget that have been raised to 1.2 billion, which is a good news. And the person who submitted that budget is Gafwan, that we all know. So I mean, it's a good news. We can just say good news to him and his team, because looking at everything that's happening in the country, you say pull out, where everybody thought the sky was going to fall down. You know, in fact, that was the politics of the day. Oh, you say now go, why you get money, why you get this and that. And the same Gafwan, he assured the public that look, the sky is not falling down. As much as we are sad that USA is pulling out, one of our huge partners, but the sky is not falling. The country will remain, like, you know, the country will remain, and we can still make it. We'll still fight. So the fact that USA has pulled out and they're able to come up with a budget of 1.2 billion, that is the good news. I think we are making progress as a country. Collectively, we are making progress. So
why is this a good news?
It is a good news because the fact that the first time for the country to get a budget of 1 point, even though one may say it is overdue, yes, but the fact that it has happened for the first time to 1.2 billion, it is a good news. Madam Sally spent 12 years, the struggle from Madam Sally struggled from 80, they made a budget from 80, I think they started at 500 before he could step out of office, 500. The CDC came, I think the Mago to between 6 to 7. And this government came the first time they carried to, I think, some 7, close to 8. And now they have taken it to 1.2 billion. So it is a good news. It only tells that the economic is improving, the generation, mechanism that I've put into place is working. And we just feel that probably next year it might be over that. So that makes it good news.
Thank you. Emmanuel, welcome. What's your take on this budget? Like, I mean, Morris says it's a good news. How is this going to impact our people? Because we are seeing so many budgets that come and increase to 800,000, 100 million, 500 million, and the people are still in that same spot, right? So we've seen it up to 1.2 billion. How is this going to impact our people? We just want you to, if you know how that works, so just let them know, because some people may not know.
Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you. The question you asked is the question Liberians are supposed to be asking. But for us in Liberia, we don't have Liberians. Either you are a sedition or a unity partisan. So if you ask a question that doesn't favor unity parties, then you are sedition. If you ask a question that doesn't favor unity party, that doesn't favor CDC, then you are a unity party. But the question you ask is the right question. Even if you get like brought 2 billion now, how is it a good news? Until you know what the benefit will be to the people. And I think that's the right thing to do. But listen to me. Take this, the way account Greek can say, take it to the bank. This coming year, the legislature will increase their income again, their salary. Why the boys and girls that are working as teachers will still be earning 150? Those who are working as DEA officers, who fighting drugs will still be earning 150. Those who are working as firefighters, those who are fighting alcohol, police and army will still be making 150. So I think it will be a good news. Thank God we are 18 billion. Can we now increase people's salary? And for me, then I think it would be a good news. So if they are making 150, and you get billion, can you make it 300 and extra 150 on it? But don't keep the man at 150. You add $10 there to make it 160. They may be making 5,000, you carrying to 10,000. They may be making 10,000, you carrying to 20,000.
Yeah.
Then for me, if it's in that case, then it's not a good news. But if it will trickle down to everybody, it's okay. Those who are making 5,000 stay at 5,000. But those who are making $300, to me, I would say then it's good news, because remember, the cup already are buying $50 yesterday. That same cup is not the same. It's not the same today. Even if you're paying $50 for it, the size is different.
Mm-hmm.
The value of money today is devaluing. So you see, the 1 billion that you're looking at today, maybe you're sitting at 500,000 about 10 years ago. So the money value is dropping. So when you carry it up, then try to carry other people up. Let it go along with the budget. But don't keep 1 billion. They still keep people at 150, still people $100. I think for me, it's not a good news. But if it happens that way, then it's a good news for us. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Amy, anyway, probably when I come back, I wanted to say something in probably 5 or 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Or when I come back for the second time.
Go ahead. You can say it.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's a good point you're making, but we have to be careful, because this is the same thing that we're trying to avoid as a country. Right now, the whole world now, almost everybody focusing on themselves. We have a country where all the money we generate, we spend it on ourselves. So it's almost like The people that are there, they're not getting nothing. Take for instance, University of Liberia budget is almost 32 million. Out of 32 million, almost 80% go to salary. How can you? So we have to be careful. The generation of fund is actually for the development for the country. Everything should not just go to salary. Other than that, we just generate fund and pay everybody that in government. At the end of the day, the country remain poor and we'll keep begging people out there. But it's a fair argument. We'll have to be careful how we make this argument that every month, as we raise our budget, we should keep paying people. Just that people that work, we just keep increasing their salary and keeping paying them. I just wanted to bring that up,
No, I think what he's saying is that Maurice, he's not saying. I don't think, if I'm wrong, correct me, Emmanuel. I don't think what I understood was that you don't have to raise the one who already make higher amount. You know, you have some teachers who are making lower, or some DEA, as some people say, they are still on the volunteer list, right? They are not getting paid and all those things. So instead of you leaving those people and just some of them adding just $10, or some of them they still in the same, and then you go for people who are making $5,000, $10,000 and increase it to 15, or no, don't do that. At least those people who are on the bottom, try and bring them up a little bit. Leave those ones who are already at the top. I think that's what and if that happens, and put the rest of it into a good use, that'll be a great thing to do, instead of raising all of them. No, all of them don't need to be raised, just the people at the bottom.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this. Amy, if you go back to Liberia now, let's just say you were in Liberia, let me just start with it that way. You were in Liberia, your little 2 children, they went to buy your school. You came to America, God bless you now. You come from America, the $500 you are making in Liberia, you came to America and it became like 5,000. If you went back to Liberia, you think your children will go back to that same school?
No.
What I'm saying is that our budget should be reflected on the people, on the citizen. You can't say you rich woman. It means that rich woman should get $1 million house. Then your children don't represent that. So if we are making $1 billion now, then like $1 billion be reflected on the teachers. Then it be reflected on the police. Then it be reflected on the army, on the firefighters, the immigrants, the DEA. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying everything should go to salary, but you can't just say lawmakers are already making thousands of dollars.
Right.
Then this year again, you increase them to 10,000, and the post still stay at 150. Then it is not a benefit for the country. That's what I'm saying. Let everybody enjoy it. I'm not saying everybody should be salary. Even the UL thinking about, we're spending money on UL, we're not getting anything out of UL. On a serious note, universities around the world here, they are researchers. Our universities are researching. We just paying people. So
you don't even have the infrastructure of there.
Right. See, more still on
researching.
You give me for almost 60, I got 30 million, I mean, not 30 million, up to 35 million, and the horses still have more on them. Rooms are because
they're using half, they're almost more than half on salary. That's what words are saying.
Classes are leaking, bathrooms are not there. What if I do 35 million? So when you put 35 million there, let it be reflected. That's what you are saying. The budget is good, but let it reflect on the people, my brother. That's what we want. It's a good thing. For me, I support it. But the more money we get, let us lift our people out of poverty, not just few people to enjoy it.
Okay, so look, I was looking at areas, or at least factors that lead to increase in fiscal budgetary, right? And some of the factors that obviously that I read, it has a lot, and I'm not a budget guy. I'm not an economist. I literally just judge on some of these things. We talk about inflation.
Yeah.
Inflation could be a cost. And we all know right now we are living in a global inflation where prices of goods and services have increased significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Without a direct, how do you call this word? So goods and services have increased without a direct corresponding increase in salary and wages, right? So wages remain the same, but goods and services increase. So there are a lot of factors. So and if you look at some of the factors also that might have led to this budget increase, we've seen that this government is taking on some new developmental agendas, that is building new bridges, rehabilitating like old ones, new government funded programs and all of that stuff. So there are so many factors that could inform the increase, this significant increase to the amount of $1.2 billion. But like I said, we will not do ourselves justice if we actually want to go in depth with the discussion. That's because we don't have the document at our disposal to peruse through it and get some actually facts into it. But I'm pretty sure this is a whole booklet. You know what I mean? So
are you reading all of that?
It's not gonna be something on two pages or something like that.
No.
It's gonna be almost 35 to 40 pages.
What are you talking about? You're talking about hundreds of pages. You're talking about 35.
No. It can be 100 pages.
No, it can be more than that.
So 600 pages.
Jerry, you want to bet? Why you spot my thing here?
Okay, like I said, I'm not a financier, so that is not my neck of the woods. That is definitely not my neck of the woods. But I would not. I mean, anyway. But yeah. So that will be able to know what informed this significant increase in the budget.
It is needed.
But my brother, you're absolutely right. With this increase, the lawmakers, they're looking at that $1.2 billion. They're looking at that like some witchcraft.
Well, guess what?
We looking at that target in a day and trying to strike at night.
We're about to go to the legislature now with placard.
The 2022 budget is right before me. It was 507 pages.
Okay, 507 pages.
And that budget was 700 million. $19 billion. So you think you still be about 100?
No. Well, so exactly. So that will be a absolute.
No, but then let me see. This is the picture that let me see how thick is this something. The picture that I just pulled up. I don't know if you're with the finance minister pulling the stuff. Let me see. But go ahead, Ture, keep talking.
I'm definitely not gonna have interest in reading all of that, but we're gonna rely on some of our financial like Morris. Then they will do all the reading and comment.
They can tell it.
Yeah, and come and tell us. But yeah, this is a good step in the right direction. But all I want to know is, it's not about increasing the budget though, but it's all about effectuating what the increase is about. You know what I mean? When like Brother Zaza was talking about, if it's not in any way impacting people, if it's not impacting structure, if it's not impacting, social fabrics of our country, then there's absolutely no. That's the budget right there. That's the budget being wrapped up.
Yeah, no, not the one that's been wrapped up. The one in the finance minister and the speaker hands. I think that's what it is.
Well, okay. So Jeff, I think that was when the president was presenting Gafwan his expectations.
His job, well done.
Yeah, his job. No, his job. When how when you are hired and you have to go meet the president, they do that sewing ceremony and stuff, and the president presents you his job
description.
This is what I expect from you, and all of that crap. But But yeah, so we're gonna talk on the budget. But yeah, so I mean, I just wanted to give people a little bit of synopsis into what constitute a budget. Fiscal budget increase. New government initiatives, government programs. Inflation is part of that. Recession is part of that.
Yeah.
So there are so many factors. And like bro say, he can't even tell whether that inflation or recession we in.
So one of them shown that we in it, but yeah, I mean, I like to hear big money, but where are the big monies going, right? Like, we don't want it to go in those lawmakers' hands or people who are already making a lot. That Obama used to say spread the wealth. Like everybody has a piece of the cake. Like, and then again, in other places too, that it can be seen in the people's lives, like some of those counties, right? They have breaches in places, and these people, the residents in those areas, they are suffering to get from one end to another, right? Because the breaches or whatever are so bad, they can't even get across. Those things, development like public works need to take care of the places there and stuff. And small thing like that in accountants, and it'll be a big deal for those people, because why? It will help them to get by, to do their daily activities that can, bring their lives up or make them to get some kind of income, right? And they have to go through all of those hassle to do it. Imagine if the government go in those places and kind of fix those problems and give them some, nice and permanent breaches or something. I'm not talking about the Jagakoba type of breach now. The other, getting something really nice and genuine and really strong that they can go about their businesses free there and safely, and they don't have to worry about those things. Those little things, that's kind of impacting the people's lives. Instead of putting it in a pocket that is already full, they don't have any space there, and the rest of the people are still kind of there. And then if we had places like the LDEA that we're trying to fight drugs, like we said, fighting drugs has to be really intentional stuff, because you can't have these people in a position they are not getting paid or getting paid well, and you have drug dealer coming to them and trying to bribe them, and you think, which they're supposed to do, that's their job, right? That's what they sign up for. That's the oath they took. I don't know if they take oath or something like that. So regardless of how much they're being paid, but how many people does that really work on, right? We don't know that. So they have to get paid. You can't have a volunteer there, and then you're saying that to a volunteer while he got family at home. Family and children, and other people at home. You understand what I'm saying? So the budget can affect those areas. That would be nice, right? Instead of somebody already fast salary going up. No, I would be really upset. I'll be mad, and maybe I'll put 1,000 people in the streets. Like, that's great.
Well, I tell you what, Amy, that's how these guys feel. That's how these guys feel. They feel like every time budget increase, as their wages and benefits, it is absolutely ridiculous that they would think that way with the level of money they're getting. But it is what it is. But the Liberian people, stuff that are playing yesterday, probably Lumumba, definitely they gave Liberian youth some. But if you're smart, you listen to what the man was saying. The man was saying at some point, Liberian young people have to decide.
Absolutely.
What do you want your country to be?
Really want? Like, they'll decide by the party.
You have to decide. That's what the prof was talking about. I played that clip yesterday. He said, Liberians, you both been through everything: civil war, Ebola, COVID. You know what I mean? At some point, you have to decide: is this a country going to something where group have a certain group of people just sitting on top of the wealth of a country?
While the rest of the people suffers.
Yeah,
but
But you know the whole thing, the whole budget thing, right? Like Toure said, right now we can't see whether there's a devil in the detail. We can't see that devil until we go into detail. Meaning we have to, yeah, we have to,
No,
yeah,
we are just kind of, saying we hope not. We hope not.
yeah.
We just
When
suggest,
mhm,
when, and that's
when we
why.
see when we see how much was allocated for LDA, then we can discuss that. Then we can know whether the government is actually serious to fight corruption, to fight drugs. When we see how much was allocated for Ministry of Health, they will know how serious the government is. The government, fight against the health system. When we see how much was allocated for education, then we can have that discussion to see whether the government is actually serious in terms of improving the education system. The public way, like every other sector in the counties, the local development, all the kind of. So when we see how much is actually allocated for that, then we can have that unique conversation as to whether the government is really serious to improve this sector. When we see how much go to GCA,
Light, Emmanuel, you're sitting right in front of the light.
right? So right now we can just have that discussion on the surface, but when the budget has been passed, then it now become a document. Then we can say, okay, now we can have that open conversation. But on the overall, the fact that the finance ministry can assure the public that they're able to generate 1.2 billion, that is a good news.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a good news, and we just welcome it. We hope.
I will soon run out. I don't know how long you're here for.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Amy say I'm in the darkness, so I gotta.
No, that light didn't run, Emmanuel head.
Oh.
It's been something. So
Well,
before we close, let's just touch on this a little bit.
We're about to close, but man, where you running to go at?
Yeah, we're about to leave. We just want to, just wrap this in your closing.
I'm coming. What did I have to?
But man, I'm not in public, or how you audit? You can only audit some if I'm accountable. I'm not accountable to anybody. How you audit me, my man? Yeah, or how you can do your own auditing?
Amy, sorry, man, sorry. Yo, man.
They may want audit me. I'm not accountable to anybody, but you still want audit me.
Today,
yeah, well, you know where I'm going, Amy. I said, Amy, I said, Maury, you know where I'm going.
I know exactly where you're going, my man.
Go.
Okay. So today we seen a lot of picture videos out there on the social media concerning former President Weah. And I just wanted to brush over it and go, and people making big deal about, about his something. And let me play a little bit first. We can just wrap that in our closing and just go along. Okay, guys? Right. Okay, so let's do this. But we're not gonna go too many with the cars. Where my volume at? Oh no, it's not me. It's them. Eugene and we were playing for you first.
So we are here at the entrance, and the first thing you see is the inscription of a quotation by
he made that quotation. What was he trying to be, John F. Kennedy?
So this is the honor that FIFA has given
It
him.
is not what the game can do for you.
This new edifice
for the game.
And he's doing the inspection.
Let's do it, John.
A very beautiful building. I must say.
John F. Kennedy Court.
to see the actual code.
Huh?
I said, let me look for the actual code. Because I've not reading entirely. I want to be very, very, because my position will not be, you know.
Okay, guys. So I want you to be attentive to this room, right? Pay attention while we go around this room.
The objective of this interview is to talk about the Players' Voice panel and about the topic of racism in football. So I have a few questions. We will use this for FIFA platforms, for FIFA video news release, for FIFA website, and the topic is only the Players' Voice panel, and of course you being the honorary captain of that. So great. Yes, okay. So your time is highly appreciated in advance, and if you can give me a, let's go, I will start. Okay. Honorary Captain George Weah, many thanks for your time. What made you want to become involved with the FIFA Players' Voice panel?
Well, first of all, I want to thank
What the? That was funny.
on this team. I think it's important for the role that I play.
So here too, right? People kept pointing these things out.
Leader, former leader of the Republic of Liberia. My voice.
Can y'all see this?
Because
Well, I really don't. For me, I'm not even focusing on that.
Okay, so no, because I'm gonna ask some questions. That's why I'm asking you them. Because people kept focusing on that today. Like he had something on his coat.
You said when the panel was announced, football brings unity and development. It also enhances humanity. I will give all my efforts to promote the sport.
Is that thing loud enough?
Because football is life. Can you kindly elaborate a little bit on that quote that you gave?
What football, we always a universal game. It's the only thing that brings so many people together. We will always experience when there's a game, because football unites people. It brings the entire world together, and that will make it beautiful. You know, and I'm glad I played this game. You know, and I experienced every way, in every form, the behavior of different nationalities. Some come with love, some with hate, some are racist, some are not. But at the end of the day, what is important is to take away the negative part of sports, which is bullying players, fans against fans. Because the essence of the game is to unite, is to enjoy.
I think it's oral because we're not hearing nothing.
Yeah, I know, man.
Can you hear it?
No.
It's very low.
And besides, I said, why must we even listen to the interview?
Why would you say that?
But
let's take everything out of it. He's the former president, and there are a lot of stuff out there that is being said about himself and what is. And so we're trying to discuss that.
no, the reason I say that, Amy, because he's discussing football. You know that what I mean. You're not talking about LeBron issue. Discussing football that has nothing to do
Football
with.
is a world issue, isn't it?
All right, Amy.
Don't we play football in Liberia? In something, but anyway,
Yeah, we play football that he did not contribute to.
We stop that.
I mean, but that is just what it is. And this is where some of us have our disappointment, maybe not even wanting to listen to him, you know, because from that quotation alone, I'm infuriated by it. You know what I mean? It's not what the game gives you. It's what you gave to the game.
I think you were trying to be like John F. Kennedy.
Like,
It's
bro,
not what you
like,
can do something
what
for
are
your
we doing?
country.
Is
Not
that
what your country can give you, what you can do, something like
like,
that.
is that what we're doing? Like, this was a formal, and this is where I got I guess my frustration, right? With all the guys that behind, like the Yugi Nangwe, the Sekou Kalasco, all these guys. This guy have access to FIFA president. That's the president of the football governing body in the world.
Absolutely.
So you want to tell me you can leverage some of your connection and bring something in Liberia with all these times, and you became president? What do we have? And our President Bouaga giving SKD a facelift right now.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, these are so many things we're talking about. Amy, we're just talking about, I'm not an economist, right? I'm not. But when it comes to social activities, when it comes to getting people to do, what they're supposed to do, social engagement, press, public relation, that's my area.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, people expect you to do well in those areas. That's something that you have done. That's something I've done. I've gone to school for these things. You know what I'm saying? But for this guy to have, excelled to the zenith of the football, heaven by winning the Ballon d'Or, something that no Black African player have ever done since this guy achieved that triumph. And for him to not be able to leverage that alone
as the president
to bring football success to Liberia, where's the next job we are? They should be ashamed to President Weah that he can come out of a country, and he's the only president talking about. Other people will say, you know what? Let me produce more. But it also speaks to the selfish nature of this guy, to the point where we're seeing President George Manneh Weah, we're seeing that he's not really healthy. The man's sick, and sedition can want to pull this thing anyhow they want to run it. We can see with our eyes. We know when someone is going through, what are this guy is going through, trauma that he sustained from his defeat. He has not gotten over the fact that he was defeated. That is a different conversation that we can have. But they say what? Eyes can see what the eyes see. And we see President George Manneh Weah, and our president is saying this guy is not okay. If he's going through mental distress, it's visibly seen. We've seen that. I'm not going to discuss his health because that is not something I don't think is appropriate. But I can look at him, by looking at him, the jovial, the overly enthusiastic President George Manneh Weah that likes to be the light of the room. We're not seeing that. And for whatever that is preventing him from being that, we can see through him that he's not himself. We saw that at the fucking Cologne Church. We saw the president when everybody was standing, singing, dancing, and stuff. President stood up for 30 seconds. He sat right back down.
This is area.
The entire congregation was standing up. His wife and everybody around him, including old man, everybody was standing, but the president sat down. You know what I'm saying? So there is something wrong, and nobody want to admit it. Nobody want to say. Nobody is wishing President George Manneh Weah bad, right? But admitting the fact that this guy is going through a situation, let's pray for him. Like the young man on social media, Will Debo, he said the president not feeling well, let's pray for the man. Everybody now jump on the man, including former Speaker of the House. Why are you getting on somebody because the president just said let's pray for the president?
Thank you, Dre. I think what they're doing is that, I don't know, they're trying to, I think with the whole thing that they're always making it seem like President Bouaga, even if you go past him at JFK, he in intensive care, that, trying to make it look like he's dying already. So they're trying to play this thing about President Weah. Now, I was one of the people that said this could be Ozempic, right? Ozempic. because people are losing weight because of their health, and Ozempic doesn't really fast for you, like drastic weight loss, and you will look really different. So I was thinking maybe it would be that person we had something because of diabetes, and then again he could be sick. But I don't know. But I would not just jump to him being sick. And if he was sick, so what? You being sick doesn't mean you're dying already. Well, some sickness will lead to that, but we don't know that. If you're sick, you're sick. Why is it in Liberian politics, like when somebody's sick, they make it such a big deal that everybody walking around here is such a robot and not supposed to be sick or something like that. If you're sick, then your life is over with or something. And they look at this old man, 80-year-old man, even if they're talking about him going to, if he goes to a hospital, they make them look like President Buarque. They're taking him to the morgue already. That is so disgusting that that politics will go that far. And President Weah is sick, like you said. He's sick. He needs to get well. He needs to take his treatment and get well. Nobody knows President Weah is a human being, a monster being like he was. Nobody can tell me so all year round he can get sick. We all do. So I mean, what's the big deal that is trying to prove a point and dragging him? In this video, you can clearly hear his voice is kind of, in this video, I was like, yeah, maybe something, he's not feeling well. Okay. But why are they trying to prove so much? Why are they trying to prove a point, though? To be dragging him out or one or something like, and people pointing out and stuff that he holding some kind of medical device under his coat and all of that. It is okay. If the man is sick, he's sick. He's a human being. A 1-year-old baby sick can get sick. There's nothing wrong with that. They need to stop acting like in Liberia when you're a politician, you're not supposed to get sick or you're not supposed to go to the hospital. For people to be hiding that, oh no, they're not sick, they're not do that, they're not do that. It's ridiculous. If President we are sick, he needs his treatment, he needs to take his treatment and get well and get back out there, but not be faking it to his sickness, to be faking it because people want to prove a point, want to make him think that he's gonna I know indestructible or human being that nothing can happen to him. He can get sick, that something, so they want to be acting and be doing all of that. They need to stop it and let this man have his rest and take his treatment, whatever's going on with him, and get better and be well and do whatever they want him to do. Because I mean, they're only pulling all of these off because of their own ambitions of 2029, right? None of them can make it without Weah. So they want to push him, whether he doesn't want to do or not. But that left with him. But if he's not well right now, he need to go to the hospital and try to get his treatment taken. Nothing wrong with that. Press can be there and show her his picture in the hospital. So what? Why is it a big deal? That's all my problem is. But Morris, come in. The voice, the President Weah sounds like himself in that interview.
But the first thing, my problem is just the organization of the president, the former office. Because look, as a former president, it should have a structured office called the Office of the Former President. And this has just been, I don't know whether President William said doesn't care or the people around him, they don't care, because that was the same pattern continued to trend. When President Weah was in opposition, anybody could just talk. He became president, anybody could just talk. Your former president, there should be a structure, Office of the Vice President. That is the Office of the Vice President.
Where is the chief of staff, right? I heard.
Well, I think he just with him passing around, because some people say that Kimaya, some people say that Eugene, I don't know who the person is. Yeah, but they just with him. Anywhere he go, they behind him. So, like you said, Amy, President Weah can get sick. Anybody can get sick. He's our former president. Of course, we are concerned whether he's sick or not. The politics can be played, but we are concerned. We should be concerned. Let me put it that way. It's just simple. If you have a structure, the Office of the Vice President, they will just come up and say, okay, yeah, the president went for treatment. The former president went for treatment. He's not feeling too. He went for treatment, and that's it. Or the president is okay. In fact, here's the president. He's speaking to the nation. I'm okay. There's no issue. What's the big deal? We're not in 2029. let's say for argument's sake, even if we're in 2029, so what? This the idea of president. Let's say we're in 2029 and president we are sick. That can only be a valid argument, but it cannot be a sound argument because in 2029 everybody say Bouaka was sick, Bouaka was sick, Bouaka was 90, 80-year-old, and he still won election. People still voted for him. So that argument of president we are sick, you got wait 2029. So even president we are sick, if you just come, we also president we in the church, even in the mosque, we saw him in the church, we saw his appearance, in the mosque as well. Everybody could know that President Weah is not feeling. You don't have to see medical report.
Do you think that a press conference, so-called interview, was real or staged?
But this has been the same pattern in 2017. In 2017, when the day to the general debate, they say Eugene Agbe organized a plan for the same Joe Weah that the same play they already carry him. A day for the debate, the presidential debate. Joe Weah say he had some an appointment to go to in how they call it, say in Morocco. Yeah, in the same Morocco. I listened to the interview on VOA. Eugene Agbe, the guy was asking him, but how come the man agreed to this debate? How come tomorrow is the debate and tonight Joe Weah fly? He said, well, so that's always the case. Joe Weah is a football icon. Even if Joe Weah shows up at that event, they will recognize him. Joe Weah is a football icon.
There's the room. I went online searching, researching FIFA media rooms, with interview and stuff. I didn't see anything like that.
No, that's what I said.
With a green room with a Liberian flag, I mean, why is Liberian flag in it? President Weah is not there as a president. He's there as the FIFA, let's say, we can say employee now, right? Liberia is not a diplomatic something mission or something between Liberia and somebody like Liberia flag had to be sticking in a so it just looked not real. Like the whole room looked disorganized. I mean,
you're right.
You have cameras and stuff. I mean, it doesn't look like it, and this is why I come in like, why are you doing all of this if to try to prove a point to this to people that
the other report I will even getting that President Weah when whether that is true or not, the other report even getting President Weah went Morocco for advanced treatment. He just shows up at that FIFA event. Whether that is true or not, that is another report I will get him. So, like I said, all this Rick Maroon and stuff like that. If the office were just going to come out and say, yeah, the president went for treatment. He's not feeling too well. The tire go up and down, so he need to rest. It's okay. You don't have to come up and say, but there's a reason why they're doing this. The reason why they're doing this because the trend CDC has been taking for over time towards Bouaka, now President Bouaka. We also the president himself, and that's what I say. The team president, the disrespect president, himself showed to President Bouaka when he was former vice president. I would just hope that I think Bouaka will never do it. The president, the president himself.
Maurice, at the end of the day, whatever incentives, political incentives that CDC is looking for to gain by trying to play with the health of the president, it's a zero-sum game, bro.
Exactly.
Because, look, what are we looking at? The chances of this guy becoming president is absolutely, does not exist at this point.
I can't even discuss that. I don't even waste my time on that one.
Giving everything he did for 6 years, right? But then leave that. Let's talk about, let's say hypothetically speaking, right? Look at the timeline from now to 2029.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And when we talk about bad public relation, the office of the president could have put in stop to all these unnecessary rumors. Like
exactly.
Or Morris. They could have put stop to all these innuendos, these, like Facebook talking heads. If they would have come out and said exactly what you just said, or Morris, just like that from a public relations standpoint,
Point.
Due to the vigorous, consistent travel that the president had to endure during his 6 years of presidency, I've had a tour on his body.
Yeah, his body.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So you know what I mean? Like something like that.
Sitting in the place like 24 hours or something.
You know, everybody shut up.
Definitely.
Look at America here. The people say, look, we have not gotten all of the necessary information, but as soon as we get these things, we'll alert the public effective immediately. At this time, we're just going through our preliminary investigation, bro. Just
but when President Trump got COVID, we didn't know about it.
No, just so people can leave your backs. Everybody will shut up. But the moment you try to, as if you try to hide something, as if somebody know that the president's sick, who don't get sick? I'll just out home for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like
right now, I'm under the weather.
Yeah, I mean, what is the whole thing that come? But like I said, right, the reason why they're doing is because the way their attitude towards the current president, from the president himself, the vice president, we are running mate in the open space. So by the time we are
for intensive care for President Bouaga,
in the open space, so by the time President Bouaga become president, he will die. That Prince will become president. Prince Saint Germain. He said in the open space.
Oh wait,
yeah, she said it. He said by the time the election finished, Bouaga would die. That Prince can be president.
Oh yeah, the vice president, right?
She said it.
She did.
The campaign day, the launch of the campaign day, they had casket on their head. They said that Bouaga they going bury. The president, the party could not condemn it.
Yeah. And calling it politics.
They could not condemn it. They have all sort of things to say about this old man. The old man was traveling. That place in the air, to the airport, that secret area where you can go through. They had the old man recording, picture they share on social media.
Oh yeah, they say you're going to the hospital.
Yeah, they did all this.
Lean like what I saw a mail.
Exactly.
But that's true.
So they did all this. So look, nobody wishing for anybody to die. But the thing here is that we can control everybody. The same thing they do to Bouaga. Other people, the other zealous supporters of Bouaga will do the same thing. That one cannot start. But all in all, just to give it back, if the office were going to just come up to say this, look, the president go for minor treatment, that's okay. It's okay. Just leave the rest of the social media knows.
They all need to stop playing with people's health too. That is not politics. I know that
it is not politics.
You can't always start in that nonsense, insulting in politics, calling people dead and do all of that and being all of this. And they started with Madam Sirleaf, who could be some of their grandmother. They started all of the disrespectful and insults and stuff like that. So the whole country now, politics have tend to insult when they don't like you and this, that, and everybody in there. So with this thing, and they're doing that to President Bouaga, that Maurice said, yeah, they do that all the time. And they're looking for, like, that's the few times President Bouaga came here. They said he was 10 seconds. Can you imagine? And when he went to
didn't make him to replace his battery.
Exactly.
When I went to President Grigsby's widow, they said our AI picture. What the hell, man? So what
I remember our monitor here, Eric. Our monitor here, Eric.
Any young old man, if he goes to the hospital to get treatment, so what? What's wrong with that?
Exactly.
80 years old. Like
and that's why people, young babies that goes to the hospital. So why can't an oldie? It's just like an old car.
So you are in a nursing home right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, they can't even see good.
You gotta service the car, like you service your body. You gotta do that. Then if the car older, what do you think? You have to keep servicing it regularly. Then you will do the newer car, right? So what's the big deal? Now, we are saying so. I guess because all of the nonsense, there's something they want to be making it like something, and then the other people too playing politics, like he coming in. You can stop that. Those are people who help.
That's why. That's why some of us we don't discuss. I will never discuss someone's health. Never. I think I know better. I live in this country.
You can go to anybody anytime.
I live in a country long enough to know that there's something called HIPAA. And I don't care whether that's not something that people relate to in Liberia, but anything you have been subjected to, anything if you know better, you do better. So I will even live with that, even if I don't live in America, right? To not discuss people's health, because it's none of your business. It is absolutely inappropriate to do so. But to look at someone physically and say the person does not look healthy, that is not a violation.
No.
You know, or to
that's
look at
it.
someone
I
and
was just
say,
going to tell you that. Yeah.
you know,
It's not, but
to look at somebody and say this person is not themselves, that is not a violation.
it's
You know
just
what I
the
mean?
length they are going to. That's
That
what
is just
makes
from
it.
a look
Yeah.
of seeing you to
You're gonna
reunite
put
yourself.
your physical-
As enthusiastic as you always look, you are not yourself. What is going on? And it's
But
okay.
HIPAA cannot even apply in that case.
It
The
has been
HIPAA law
right.
is that when the information is being given to you, then you release that information. That's HIPAA. But just to come out rarely to see somebody sick, that is not. Yeah.
No, but even the president himself, even the former president himself, he took a tool, or at least he took a slap into the old man health. He even
They
discussed
all
that
did. All of
at
them.
CDC's headquarters, at CDC former headquarters. You know, where he said, you know, he paid for whatever he had to pay for. You know what I mean? For
You know,
him to
you
go to it.
let the game yourself
You know,
glory.
come on, man. But we pray for the president. I pray for him personally. If she didn't want to come for me, let it go ahead. I pray for speedy recovery. You know, whatever mental stagnation he's going through, or maybe he just have not sort of overcome
Speedy recovery.
his defeat. No, I mean it could be because of sometimes someone that used to winning, if that person,
Mama, let the man close by so we can go back.
some people don't overcome, man. Some people don't overcome certain defeat. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is that the way some people can overcome their girlfriend or their boyfriend and lead to leave in it,
Come here, Emmanuel. Let's hear your take on
Yeah,
that.
thank you, man. I was getting off when I came on, so I have to get off. I don't want to be driving while on the video.
Yeah,
So.
We're closing now.
Yeah, so that's why. So, but thank you for the time. Thanks for keeping it down, for holding it down. Until we get away from the CDC and Unity Party debate, sanity will not return to politics in Liberia. Seriously. Because CDC won't pay there, Unity Party won't pay there. We have to get to the point where people say, happen. There should be a point where somebody will say, happen. I think I'm the people that let me remain big. I think that's the only time we get things to be better in our country. On a serious note, if a public official is sick, it is in the public. That's what made him public official. So if the former president, health is not good, and people see and say, oh, the president does not look good, it's not a violation. It's out of curiosity. They want to know what happened to their leader. The only thing about Lavro is that they take politics to the extreme, that you want somebody to die because you feel that they being there will not take you to where you're supposed to be. Public office is for service. It's not a place where you should, wish to get at all costs because you want to get money from there. It's a service. And let's just say for service, it's like you get your house and snow fall in a yard. You want to go to the snow from there. Somebody else taking the snow from there. Why should you fight the person for that? That's how the thing looking. But because most of us don't even want to know about the service, we're not concerned about the money, so we fight people for it. So that's what people pour health and make it out of that way, the way looking. But I will die tomorrow. We all die tomorrow. I say when they die, you're going to take their place. That death will not be your president. If you're not be president, you'll not be president. Even President Boakai today, God forbid, anything happen to him, the person who wants to be president, not be president. So don't wait on somebody's life for you to prosper. It doesn't make sense. So, but that's the politics we're getting in our country. We pray that God will help us to overcome it someday. Thank you for the time. See you guys on Monday.
All right.
Already Sunday, so we'll see you tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you all for coming, for being here, for you with your continue to share the show, please. Like we always say, caring, sharing is caring,
Sharing
right?
is caring.
Please do so.
For
Share
caring
it.
to me, sharing to me.
Yeah. So other people will come and watch it later. And you know, we can all spread the message. Guys, you all know I had
Amy,
a message
Amy,
for
hold on. Amy, hold on. Amy, hold on. You know the guy they call Kim the Drunk? That Nigerian comedian?
No.
What about him? I know him.
The guy having a show in a hall in the night, and somebody wore glasses. The way our men wear glasses, they say, "Man, you are allergic to criminology. You wearing glasses in the dark."
Oh yeah, I saw that the guy who did the
So I want to ask my man, why you wearing glasses in the dark? What are you allergic to criminology?
you know, so you see, my eyes, I have a very sensitive eyes.
Okay.
Some days it will work on me, some days it don't.
And it may not 80 year.
The day you see me with glasses on, just know that day I'm really catching it. All right.
No, so the lights can get my eyes hot too, but
Yeah, something happened to me, so now my eye can be watering.
Right. So and I don't want people to see me saying that. They say, but Turi, what's going on, man? You know, sometimes people see you on camera and say that they'll be like, that guy looking fried.
Yeah, we all have that problem, man. So yeah, man. Starting thinking to Reno, almost blind in the country. Yeah, almost blind. It was serious.
That's where you're talking about SKD.
Yeah,
This is SKD.
look at what the woman is doing, you know. But this did not occur to President John Manuel Weah though.
But under we are the boundary fee. What are you talking? You don't know that?
No. Oh no, I know that, but
the ban SKD, FIFA ban SKD.
It was
inherited. You can play game at night now, right? See the light. You can play game now. At night.
We're literally playing our own games. We're playing our own games.
That's not true.
Hey man, how do you say what inherited?
Why was the fee banned?
Because it did not meet. It did not meet
standard. It did not meet international standard.
It did not meet international standard.
So how was it not inherited? Was it up to international standard before you took it?
Well, it was done under his regime. And we'll talk about the presidencies of continuity.
I agree.
And whatever mess you inherit,
right,
becomes your problem. All right.
Right. Very good.
But when they place the ban, when they place the ban.
Yeah, but why would Emmanuel ask that question anyway?
No, he don't ask me.
Ask that question.
He asked me. Says me. But Morris came up here and said the reason people are in the street, the reason children are selling in the street, is because the past administration failed, and that's why he said.
No, where did I say that?
Well, you're thinking about when you're thinking about Fina Bono here, now you were supposed to say, then I see people can come and say children selling in the street when they finish taking all the money.
Exactly. He said the same people who were doing all of these things that could have benefited a lot of institutions, a lot of places. They will come telling you now
that
children in the streets, children doing this, which is a fair argument to make.
I agree. Now, this is the argument I'm making. The recent FIFA ban the SKD, number one, we never had sitting. Number two, we never had electronic gates to read to read tickets. Number three, we never had hat, and cold showers.
When they ban the fee.
Well, let you finish. Go
they
ahead.
banned the fee on we are from 2018.
What year they ban the fee? What year they place the ban?
I just said from 2018 again.
2018. So it went throughout his presidency.
It was not even 2018, but I think the ban fee around 2019, 2020 or 2019, around that time the ban fee. Or not even 20. We are in office almost 2 years when that fee was banned.
The fee was 2018. Okay, hold on here. The fee was banned from 2018. You got your computer right there. Check on it. It was banned from 2018 to 2023, almost 2023, but we were hoping 2022. up to 2023 before you were open. And the reason you were banned, the reason I'm giving you, not just Liberia alone, it was a standard set by FIFA. That was even up to now, Sierra Leone is not still playing in your country. I think Sierra Leone just started playing in your country recently. So what I'm saying is that
SKD was banned by FIFA on August 2021.
Or 2021 was when we were banned?
Yes.
Okay.
FIFA has issued a permanent ban on Liberia national
They were
soccer
playing
field.
in Sierra Leone. So if they did ban Sierra Leone, then now they
But it has been banned by hosting FIFA qualifiers and other international matches at various times. The stadium has been banned August 2021 for failing to meet the required standard for hosting matches.
Right. And what are the standards?
I mean, that's not even thing to go back because we know the time that announcement was made. We know Dillon were in the sport, the youth and sport committee of the Senate. That's I think Dillon part of that committee, one of the co-chairs to that committee. They went to SKD.
They don't have the sport.
So this is something that we're aware. The argument, the point here is that under the FIFA former world best, under George Weah, the stadium was banned when you were in power for almost 2 years. That is our argument. So to say because the fee were bad, even if the fee were bad, as a world best when you take over, that's supposed to have been priority. Just simple as that.
It doesn't matter if we're banned on Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The moment he came in, that should have been one of his legacy. That because it was show the love of the game that brought him to that standard. He would love that game. That game took him out of that poverty, right? Took him to another standard. What? Because another president, right, put a pillow under him to raise him up. If the late president though was not going to do to focus on football like our parents and like my mom would tell me a lot about sports, he really did love sports and stuff like that. And the push that he pushed Lone Star at that time, who knows? President, no one would have heard about him, right? There are a lot of children in our country right now. You can see that during the content meet, right? With a lot of talent that George Weah did have. For him coming from that place and someone else, another president helping him to that standard and pushing him and encouraging him to that height, people would expect him to do the same for the young people as well, right? He had more something than President Doe did. He know FIFA. He know the president. He know that he knows that whole arena. President Doe did not know anything. He was just the love. He was just the lover of the game. That's why he encouraged a country's team. So why, when people question, that's why people question him. People hold him to that standard, George Weah, to have done better with that team and with the children.
When it comes to leadership in Liberia, George Weah failed massively nowhere. The point that I'm saying is that we never had stadium even before George Weah became president, because our stadium we had was not up to FIFA standard before George Weah became president. So it's not like this FIFA, we had a few that was up to FIFA standard and it came down under his regime. There are several things George Weah failed.
Emmanuel, you're not getting our point at all.
You're
not getting it at all. No one is saying that he brought it down. We expected him to put it up.
I agree, and which he did.
Yeah. So we're not going. The same thing you're telling us that we shouldn't say when people come in and say that.
Exactly.
They say, "Oh, hey, happy new year." You say when people are talking about it, it means that we're saying the same thing should happen under Joe Boakai, because we didn't do it, so Joe Boakai shouldn't do it. That's exactly what he's saying.
No, that's okay. So let me repeat myself.
So when we're saying that he didn't do it, we're not telling you when it was something whether he broke it down or whatever. But from he coming from that arena, that should have been one of his legacy. That's what we are saying that. When
I agree. But look, let me say this though. This is a disgrace on the part of President George Weah.
We did our
Number one, why is it a lot of people lure, at least praise former president or Samuel Kanyando because of his love for football? You know what I'm saying? And who made George Weah? It was because of former President Samuel Kanyando love for football that gave birth, or at least enhanced the skills and talent of President George Manuel Weah and obviously James Alisa Diban and all that stuff. It was dope, right? So this, I don't care what it is, whether it was Ellen is not a footballing person. President Baka is not a footballing person, but he understands that this is something that is absolutely dear to the hearts of the youth. That's why the president preparing the SKD for the county meet, right? But you, President Weah, a footballing guy, someone who play at the highest echelon of the sport, one all of these things, bro. Banning the national stadium on your watch is a violation. And the fact that the ban lasted for a year or even plus, that is absolute disgrace. That is something that he should not have allowed to happen. The moment he should, because you have to understand, when we're cautioning people, they're cautioning you based on your area of expertise. Nobody on the continent have won Ballon d'Or, only President George Manuel Weah. And only he can tell you what it takes to win Ballon d'Or, right? So we can hold him at that standard. So anything about football, we should hold him to that standard. He might not be the best of coach, but we can hold him to that standard because he obtained something that nobody on the continent have ever come close to Guinea. So let's try to, whatever people say you're good at, make sure that area should not be an issue. When people say Zeze is a financier, that's what they know you for. Make sure anything that comes to financial issue, you know it to your fingertip. And President George Manuel Weah,
so we gotta go.
He did not give any credence whatsoever. Matter of fact, the Loon Stars retrogress. The Loon Stars of national team. The Loon Stars of national team retrogress significantly under President George Manuel Weah than it did under any other president, including Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
Yeah, but Toure, the first thing, I like the brother argument. I like brother Emmanuel argument. I agree to that argument. We should not limit the country to Liberia, to CDC and Unity Party. But at the same time, too, it's a contradiction. Look, I came out to say on that job we had the stadium were banned. You just came out, oh no, not on that we had
No, you see that the problem you got. That's why I'm waiting for all of you to finish so I will make myself clear because none of you understood what I said.
Okay, I'm coming now. The first thing, FIFA can't just outrightly ban. Before FIFA ban, they send you a warning. They inform you that you need to upgrade. If you don't do this at this time, they will take action. So that's what happened. Our argument was that what we're trying to say is that when Weah came as a president, he didn't even pay attention to the fee. And they informed me that the stadium is dilapidated. He got to improve the stadium. It's not up to standard, international standard. He did not pay no attention until FIFA banned the stadium under his regime. That's what we're saying. But you say no, it isn't that. And you say, I told you it was 2 years. You say no, 2018. So, but
I said the condition of the stadium was inherited. That what led to the banning. Before Weah became president, I listened to Zoka Wilson, who was the president of FIFA. They met conditions that they should have met.
President LFA.
Yeah, LFA, excuse me. There were things that they told them to do. We were already there before they took over. That's why I said it was inherited. That condition, that warning was inherited. I did not say we're not banned on George Weah. I said it was inherited on George Weah. So no matter what, it was taking time for them to get to the point because the thing the people were asking for, we never had them around. Even put bucket around the FIMAPO seat. We never had seat on the stadium when Weah became president. We should put electronic reader. We never had electronic reader. We should put Howard and Quarter. We never had them. We should have the away team session to the standard, the media team to the standard. Everything that was outlined that you should meet. If you listen, on your in President Bouakai first term, we never have night games. I'm not going to blame President Bouakai that because I know he president, we don't have night games. It was inherited. So now you see him.
Okay, so President Bouakai inherited a lot of stuff. He shouldn't touch it then.
In your second year, you see him completing it, right? And now having life in the football field.
Who inherited what and how? Look, we said this man is a football icon. That's what we love him for. We don't love him for politics.
Your brother don't get it, so you gotta go.
I love President Weah because he's one of the greatest football players that ever walked the planet of the earth. And from Africa and from my country, that's a proud for me. Politics, that's not his place. He sucks and stinks in that area. That's not what I like him. But people don't know when you don't like him in that place, they think, oh, you hate him, you did sedition, they think that personal property, then that parents then brought and get to the George Weah as their parents. So when you know other Liberian in the world should say anything, should critique George Weah if it got nothing to do with, oh, I love him. He said, what did he say? Uno human being that go in Liberia. You're not saying that sedition, then I mean you hate George Weah. No, I just don't love George Weah to be a politician or to be a leader. Period. Anyway, president said that's not his area. He sucks. He stinks in that area. That's it. But when it comes to FIFA, and he be at the highest, having the number one seat in the country, that area, I don't care if there was no stadium there. He should have put one there. So
can I ask all of you a question as a farewell for me from my end?
Who's Sunday? We already not closing. I can't open different show. Yeah, I gotta go do
you because all of you refuse to let me in. Anytime I start talking, you're jumping. You're not joining.
He inherited it was that nobody said he the one key and broke the.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If we have a national election national exam today, and the grades of our 12th graders, 9th graders, and 6th graders are bad, will you say that's the failure of Joseph Boakai?
What are you talking about now?
I'm just asking a yes or no question. You tell me and tell me why.
You know, Emmanuel, I'm not even sure
Are you equivalent that to President George Weah being a football icon? He should know everything about what that stadium needs, what our footballer needs, right? What to do to uplift the children in the country that love football. How does that have to do? What does
if a 12th grader take exam today and fail?
I'm not even sure Emmanuel have information on the whole stadium team. I swear to God. He didn't have enough information on the whole stadium team.
Maybe you listen. Send the other two people listen to me.
Can you do a man who was a military guy, but had a full sight, or at least knew exactly what Liberians need by building a state-of-the-art football stadium,
right?
Making it one of the best in the region at the time. Come on, man, bro.
Okay.
It's all about
because the reason you don't know what I'm saying because you refuse to listen to me.
End the show, man. End the show.
I asked the question. If the reason I asked the question, me just end this out and so you understand. Me, will help you to understand what I'm saying. Before you get to 12th grade, you come from 9th grade, you go to 8th grade, you go to 11th grade. Why you learn there? That what they give you in 12th grade as an exam. If you are not prepared from 9th grade, you get to 12th grade, you fail. If you're not prepared from 6th grade, you get to 9th grade, you still fail 9th grade exam. If you're not prepared from 1st grade, you get to 6th grade, you still fail 6th grade exam. What I'm saying, things that are happening, they can come from behind before they come in front. You can't blame certain things that for me right now, the current education system we got. I'm not going to blame the current education system we got. The current education system we got. The current education.
You cannot talk about your future without your past. That's the guy that's saying all of these things.
If you don't.
Something not right with it today.
The current education grade, the current grades for our students today, I will not blame it on Joseph Boakai because those students were not prepared.
George, we have been, you know, so why we living? I see George.
No, that man sent text. Everyone that man banging me by everyone over 15 minutes.
Well, yeah, they show over 15 minutes ago. That George we are needing a year. He won't come made on your year. The show been on all the time. You need show over. I can leave here and go. That George we are needing this man here. He not come here.
This is not about Joshua. It's about the system that you don't want to accept.
I know I'm talking about Josh. I know him. For you to even ever say Josh and not Papa. The moment you start talking about Josh,
where do you want to carry this conversation?
The failure of the past.
Where do you want to carry the conversation?
I don't even understand why
I know you refusing to let me learn. You say I should close. I'll go close. I know you jump inside me. So you really to listen to me. You not get what I'm saying. As soon as I start talking, Amy will start talking. You start talking. Maurice will start talking.
You confusing everyone else.
But he keeps saying the same thing over and over.
You need to get the confusion off if you let me learn.
Guys, I'm sorry, man. I gotta leave, man.
Anything that happening in education right now, it did not start in the last 2 years. Anything that happening in education right now, it did not start in the last 2 years.
We know that.
Very good. So it means it was inherited. The school that President Bouaka inherited. It will take time for him to fix it. The thing that Joe we have inherited, the thing about Joe we have certain things inherited, you can keep it. Yes. I have said, every time you hear me say things haven't changed, these are some things I was talking about. That's anything that have been inherited, we try to either promote it or demote it. So until certain things are placed in order, if the administration puts certain things in place and they are good, the next administration account will build on it. But if the administration fail in certain place, the next administration account will actually fail in that place for a certain time before they recuperate. So inheriting something does not mean the person can't take the blame. You can still be taking the blame. So you don't understand what I said.
I'm not ready.
You literally what you just did, right? You diluted the conversation. You know what I mean? What we were talking about, you literally just twisted the whole thing. I would agree with you, and everything you just did it right. Your last positional statement that you just made, it is a fact. We can agree that some of the economic policy that President Barack Obama implemented in America, American did not realize those implementation until during President Donald Trump. You know what I mean? So I agree with you, but all I'm saying is you have to be intentional in your deliberation. As a leader, you have to have high priorities or programs. And under the CDC, under President George Mann, we did not see these things. And some of the number one was football. Something that we know that the president can literally
doesn't matter what he
wake up
inherited
from bed and know exactly what to do when it comes to football. But his lack of intentionality towards that's what we have. The Lone Star, the national team, retrogressed significantly under President George Mann than any other president in Liberia history. That is a fact.
Wow.
And that is a shame. Because if you know anything about football,
you still don't understand what I say.
If you know anything about Samuel
No, but
Doe,
don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. They will not understand.
Because it make me appear like
Just not the way he came here to do defend. Go ahead, George. Let's hear you.
Look, thank you guys. I was so busy, and I don't know why Amy has to jump to a conclusion that it's because of Joe we are here. I was so busy. And
we did almost before you came back there, so that's the only conclusion that we're there to jump.
No, it's okay. But you made an assumption that that because I heard about George where I came, and this will be my last time on the show. I'll be away for 2 weeks, and then maybe I'll come back again. So, I'm going on some trips, so I will not be available for the show. But look, Lane Lockwood, thank you so much. Because I've been behind here, Amy saw me a long time, but you had to tell her to bring me on before she brought me. So thank you so much for helping me out. The thing is that I want to say to this show is that when we come on a show, let's exhibit some degree of consensus around like truth and facts. For the fact that even my learned brother Batala, because I respect the guy so much, Batala boy, Toure, for him to say George Weah lack of intentionality with sporting infrastructure in the country or the sporting arena in a whole was a letdown. I'm surprised because the millions of Liberians or the thousands of Liberians that voted for George Weah, they don't vote for him because they wanted stadium. They voted for him because they wanted better life. George Weah could not have come to power and say, okay, economic your way so. What are people suffering? No, I want build good stadium. I want build this and that. I want to make sure the national team win tournament. The national team win tournament does not develop any country. England, that everybody want to go to, America, everybody want to go to. How many times they won World Cup? They have never won World Cup. But guess what?
What? That's a lie. That is a lie. America won World Cup before.
When did they win it?
Let me lead him, let him talk so we can. Yeah,
when they win it, because that way you can always do, you can copy or then you can.
Let me talk.
Wait,
2018 they won World Cup. 2018.
America won World Cup before. What are you talking about? I was right here with
2018
World Cup. What are you talking about?
But ask me which World Cup. They said World Cup, the female World Cup.
Oh, man, let me talk my team.
Yeah, let him talk so can leave on
let me finish. Yeah. The problem with us is that because you believe that Joe Weah, even though you did not vote for Joe Weah, but you hear that because Joe Weah came from a sporting place, so his focus should have been on sporting. A complete lackadaisical because I don't know why people even think like that. Because guess what? When you become president for the entire nation, for everybody in the nation, and guess what? You can only use the resources that you got to spread around to make sure that
Judge, for me, I think that is not the excuse. That is not the excuse. That is not the excuse for me. For me, that is not the excuse. That is not the excuse.
I'm talking for myself. Let me finish my 2 minutes, then you can come in. I'm not talking for you. But let me tell you, look, I'm not going to come and sit there and say, oh, because Joe Weah inherited a stadium, now why you not build a stadium? It doesn't make any sense. You can inherit something and still fix it.
It's not about building stadium. That's what I'm saying.
But guess what? He couldn't have gone on the football field to play. When the players play. What kind of players we got playing in Europe now?
Okay, how about
when
this?
George Weah was playing football, you know how many players were in Europe that Joe did not send there? Prince Day that Joe took him from there, that George Weah took him from the camp, in Budugram camp, to came to Europe. Christopher Ray, all these people, they were playing in Europe. How many Liberian players playing in Europe? When Joe Weah was
taking my position in context.
Listen, I just trying to give you this point.
How many Liberians were playing in Europe at the time?
We had about 9 or 10 players playing in Europe at the time.
Okay, I'm about to research it.
Yeah, go and research it.
Because you know,
Prince Day, Oliver McCall, Chris Ray, George Weah, James Diba.
These James Diba and George Weah, they had because of different something. We're talking about the one.
We're talking about who that playing in
something, right? We're talking about. He said before them, before those people, those groups.
And you see, she misunderstanding me the whole thing. And about we're going another argument. I said at that time, I didn't say which people. I said at that time, how many players were in Europe playing football?
What before George Weah them. That's what we said. Before George Weah them. How many people?
I said when George Weah were playing football, of which our national team were racing to the highest level in world football. When George Weah were playing football at that time, how many players were playing in Europe at that time? That's what I said. We have more than 10 players playing in Europe that were playing for the national team. That time said for national team players, people playing Liberia football, for them to smell the national team. Well, I was living in Abidjan. The Louis I used to practice behind my house. So I know them. I used to go to watch them playing football. Benjavi. Ask anybody who near George Weah. I used to go watch them play, practicing. Even when George Weah had an incident in Portugal with that Portuguese guy, I was in Abidjan. I used to follow the team every day. So the whole thing is that for somebody to come here and say, oh, because I joined our president. So all the players them will be professional. All the players them will be European football. They will kind of do well for the nation. Doesn't make any logic.
It's so dramatic.
You see, I'm not being dramatic. I'm not being dramatic.
Let's
put it on the other side. Let's put it on the other side. Let's say because George our president. No, because you said I spoke him to do well. Let's say,
George,
let me finish.
Let's
say, George Weah our president, so he must build stadium in all the counties.
Wow.
Where you taking the money from? Who the God knows? He must build. He must even go and renovate the stadium to make it to put bucket seat and do other things. And he must just forget about the roads building. He must forget about hospital building. He must do everything because we have limited resources. Now I see this government trying to say they're bringing $1.2 billion. It's a flop because guess what? The core revenue does not exist.
No, we're not going for that, George.
It doesn't make any sense.
George, you're taking it somewhere else.
It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I finished.
Yeah, but to read the first thing, this is the laziest argument I ever heard from a sedition. The first thing, they love George Weah, what do we know George Weah for? We know George Weah to be a footballer. The love that George Weah, George Weah was never a politician, was never economy, he was just a footballer that we know him for. So the love that people have for George Weah, that love was the football field. So that love gravitated, that love transferred into the political field.
We had to jump politics.
Yeah, exactly. So for you to say, look, and that's why sometimes I can get problem with my brother. He have always said, oh, don't bring the George Weah and the CDC argument. And sometimes he contradicts himself because he brought the whole Ellen Johnson, the Unity Party and CDC argument. We only said, look, I think Amy just showed a picture of the football. So, oh yeah, they will say, oh, but under George Weah, the football field was banned. How he brought Unity Party in, how he brought Ellen Johnson in. That's what I keep telling you. What was the time?
You go ahead. Let me ask you one question.
He did not even, that's what I said. Before he even carry this argument, do you know when the field was banned? Then he backtracked to say, oh, no, but it was inherited. I said, no, the field was banned 2 years under President Weah. He said, no, that's not true. 2018. Before they even ban you, they send you a warning. Most of the media stations discuss that warning they sent, FIFA sent to President Weah government at the time. They paid no attention until the field was banned. And we'll just move on there. But the fact they were bringing the past government in, it was like trying to justify why we should not blame George Weah. That was just it. And you say we should not bring Weah and CDC Unity Party argument. We should not bring Unity Party and CDC argument. But you always bringing that.
Morris.
Yeah.
Morris. So when George came here, you know, my mom always told me, mom say, when you want to really speak clearly, always learn to take your time. Void emotions, right? Take your time and express yourself. But George came here swinging. George, you did not even you see. I said that knowing the president, right? We all know, George, you're the only engineer here, right? That's your specialty, bro. You've been doing that for years, right? Anything about that area, you should know it, right? And anything that can advance that, you know what I mean? That's
the people that who know about football.
That's your life. That's something that you've been doing, right? But let me tell you one thing. My frustration on President George Manuel Weah is people can say the man did not develop education. He did not develop healthcare. He did not develop whatever it is. But for something that the international community knows this guy about, right? Yeah. And for him to not do nothing in that area, I'm sorry, bro. I am absolutely sorry. And I'm not saying redirect all his energy towards football. That's not what it is. That's not what I'm saying. But it's part of the social cohesion of the country. You cannot abandon that. You cannot abandon that.
Do you know how many young people in like bro playing football?
That. That's what I'm saying, George. I did not say because this is the thing. President Weah came to power 2018. Okay, the ban of the stadium came August 2021. All right. So obviously there was this infractions that were being sent because the player the complaint come from is opposing opponent when they visit the stadium. They and their crew, when you know what I mean, after the match, the referee and all of that stuff, they will write their review. What happened? And referee in their report, they will indicate that this stadium does not meet international standard. Then FIFA will then reach out to you, look, you need to bring this up to our expected standard. All right. And if you don't meet it, guess what? That's where the ban is coming from. They're not going to just ban you automatically. They give you time to develop on these things. If you don't do it, guess what? Then you'll be playing football in a neighboring country. Then that takes away home court advantage. And when you don't have home court advantage because you play on a foreign turf, you're not going to qualify. That's what Lone Star retrogress under President George Manuel Weah than any other president in the history of
we play our qualifying in Ghana before we went to the African Cup of Nations. Our qualifying was played in Ghana.
Our water.
Then change that statement because the quality of play
our water, man.
No, but I said that water, you made a definitive statement. You made a definitive statement. And let me tell.
So let me come in, right? You know, when we their love for human being and not the country is disgusting. It's really disgusting. Like, people pretend to love Liberian people, but the moment you call a politician in, they're shivering, coming to come swing, and all they want to defend George Weah. Nobody telling you George Weah should have built stadium in 15 counties. That is not what anybody said here. We were speaking on the national team, which George Weah rose to permanent through. It doesn't matter if or how many people do help. That Lone Star team that George Weah was on, my mother told me about that team and how the late President Doe used to treat that team, how he used to encourage them and what he did. And look at the stadium that is there, by the way, under his leadership. What you can come here and defend Weah in whatever something, you can't take that from over him. Okay? No one, do you know how many kids you talking about? He should leave people hungry. How many people did he feed? They were hungry, what children all in the streets. Why George Weah was there? So what if you say he was doing anything, please let us know. Well, hospital in Bible, how many equipment was there? How many people were going there? How many times George Weah went to that hospital, or his family or his wife went to that hospital because it was so much equipped, saying he couldn't do FIFA. He had to focus on that. He had to do this, he had to do that. Give us a break here. Your love for an individual should blind you about something they're talking about your country. George, we have 3 sons. Play football. I know 3 sons or 1 son, play football. And you coming here to tell us if America was not paying attention to that part of the something, do you know how many youth or something there? That's what we're talking about. We're not telling him to make it 100-star or whatever, but at least he come from that arena. He knows how he came out to permanent. And that should have been one of his legacy. Paying attention to FIFA or football would not stop George Weah from doing anything else in the country. It wouldn't have stopped him from doing anything. Therefore, he don't put a hole in here, and he come here swinging, or he's supposed to leave and pay attention to football. Guess what? They were going to stop a lot of kids from most of the people in our own kush that couldn't stand up in the street. That was going to be places because they seen the academies, they seen how much the president is paying attention in the country or something. That would have encouraged some of them to go there, to do better with their lives instead of being in the street and taking drugs and doing all of that. That would have been a legacy for him. Whether he left people hungry or whatever, that's why when it comes to it, people would have said, well, that is the main area. That's what he know. But everything in the country, he failed to even the part that he came from, that another president helped him to rise to permanent on that part. He felt that they don't want to be defending. It was not $6 million and $88 million, then putting their passing through fake account and fake businesses. Maybe they would have had chance to pay attention to things like that. But no, we have so many businesses. Nobody knows where something coming from, but more coming on too. Then we come in here questioning the people. Oh, why was he asking the question like that? Why did he say that? Not being upset to say people, there's report coming on that these people are so money. But we're questioning how the lawyer is saying it, how he's not saying it. That shows you when people come sit on the platform and they're talking about now, all of a sudden they know that like people suffering. They know that like people need food to eat. They know that like people something. But when you're talking about these things from the past, when the people then they support, like a venomous snakes that you put outside, they want to come outside and be defending. And that is that's the hypocrisy I've seen like people so much. That's why I said, well, anybody can tell me say they care for Liberia and they're talking about Liberia in politics, I just look at it from a corner of the eye. That's what I do because of people like George. And I know what he was coming to do. He denied Ebola. What he did. George sat in the back, you were watching the whole time. The moment we closed the show, we brought up George. We have been there, bloop, boop. His head pop up. And you want to deny what you are coming to do, and you just show yourself. We should stop that. It doesn't matter, Emmanuel, who George we are, who broke it down or who didn't break it down. The same thing that we say about Bouaka. He made everything damaged. Down to the stadium thing. But now, should we say because he made it damage, he shouldn't fix it? No, we voted for him to come and do better. That's what we did. So now it's his problem. So we can't come in and say, oh, because it didn't happen on George Weah, Then we certainly that wasn't the argument that we're making. So saying that it's like you telling her say it shouldn't happen because it don't happen on the judgment, which something that you always advise her to not do here anyway. So that's what to know it's kind of strange when you are talking, man. So,
you show the football field. You show the football field, and then Maurice came on and said,
"Oh, that didn't matter. Go off."
Maurice came on and said, "The football field was banned on the church."
Thank you for watching our after show. But screen you're about to shut off right now. So
okay,
we gotta go continue. Please share the show and please we'll see you guys within Monday.